Hey, welcome to the ladies' room. This is your girl, Ashley Michelle, and I have my co host here with me. We have Mrs. Jovo,
Hey, everybody.
we have Mrs. Cannon Hill,
Hi.
and Mrs. Understanding.
Good evening, everybody.
We also have our one and only Mr. Darwin Hill. He's too cool tonight, y'all. Y'all just get away a salute. All right, everyone. Welcome to the Ladies Room. And this is a show that addresses many different issues related to women. We talk about dating, love, and marriage. We talk about parenting. We talk about pregnancy. We talk about mental health. We talk about societal issues. We talk about anything and everything related to women. We hope that you all get a lot from this show, some laughs and giggles, but also something to chew on and think about, something that encourages you, teaches you, and uplifts you as well. So we would like for you to go ahead and hit that like button and share on your social media. We need more and more people here to take part in this conversation. All right, we air every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, or 7:15 Eastern, I should say. All right, so we like to go ahead and get started. Our first topic for tonight is don't fulfill wifely duties for a boyfriend. So I often hear and see these self-proclaimed, relationship coaches and just people, random people on the internet, who give advice, right? The internet has given a voice to many, many people, and lots of people give advice. And whether it's good or bad, they are giving advice. And what I often hear is that women should not fulfill wifely duties for a boyfriend. And I wanted to talk about that. What do you all think that means? One, and is it good advice? Who likes to go first?
I'll go first.
All right, thank you, Darren. Go ahead.
All right, so I don't agree with that. To a certain extent, I do, but it's like a tryout. So I don't know what you're capable of unless you show me something. You got to show me something. Like try out for a basketball team. You can't go in there and not make a shot and then you go get on the team, right? So you got to show me not necessarily like the things. Well, yeah, wifely duties as far as like what you expect a wife to do, as far as like if you want your wife to cook, you want your wife to be a little clean. Like if you want went and visit her house, you got to see that she knows how to keep a clean house, right? I'm not necessarily talking about things she has to do for me, but things that I expect a wife to do just because she's my wife. And like I don't really I don't really have like wifely duties. I don't run a household like that. Like my wife doesn't have wifely duties. She just does what she's good at. I do what I'm good at. So as far as wifely duties, it goes as far as just let me know you can be a presentable, respectable woman, and that's all I really need, But you have to show me that. You just can't be ratchet and then expect me to know that you're going to transform as soon as I put a ring on your finger, and all of a sudden you have these standards and everything like that. So I do think it's something that a woman has to show you to let you know that she is wifely material, but I don't think it's something that she has to specifically do for me as far as catering to me or cooking at my house or cleaning my house or doing things for me that I need. But I have to see that she knows how to do things that I would expect a woman to do that I'm with, so I know that I won't be carrying all the weight, you know.
Okay. All right. So, what do you all think? What do you all think? Thank you, Darwin. I like that. And of course, I have some follow up questions, but I'll save those. What do you think, Mrs. Jovo? What do you think?
So I actually do believe that there are separate, I believe in roles and duties to a certain extent. I think that setting boundaries and being assertive helps people know where they stand in relationships. So there are certain things that I think that people should steer away from doing while they're dating versus if they were in a committed, say engaged, looking at marriage, that stage. That's what I truly believe. Because see, if I start treating you like husband, like on date 3, then you're gonna start making assumptions, okay, about you might be the only person I'm dating, okay, which could be false, okay, or you might assume, if I'm not clear with my intentions, based on what I do, if I'm just all over the place, then you might assume that you're deeper in my life than what you are. So I do tell people, and this kind of goes back to what I said before about learning how to date, because I think certain people, they think because they cohabit, you know what I'm trying to say, they're living together, or they share a bill or two, or they go out on the weekends, they assume they're in a relationship with somebody. And I've seen situations where people are living together. The girl thinks they're in a relationship. The guy thinks we living with each other for convenience. This helps us save money, but I'm dating other people. You're not my exclusive person. So I do think that there is a such thing as being wifely while dating, and you should steer away from it. You know, um, I just do, to a certain extent. To a certain extent.
To a certain extent. Okay.
Mhm.
What do you think, Raven? What do you think? Or Mrs. Understanding? I
No,
always
it's okay. I go by both. I want to go back to something Miss Jovo always says about managing your expectations. It sounded like what Darwin was listing was like characteristics or like character traits, things like that. But when I thought about duty, I thought about, what you want your marriage in particular to look like. So if you guys want to be a power couple, then you seeing her, I guess, being a powerful career driven woman would be something you would look for inside of that woman. And then I guess whatever duties you guys have regarding what you think a marriage would be whatever duties she would, have. But I think it goes along with managing your expectations and dating with intention, because if you guys come together and say, look, I plan to be married in 5 years, we both on the same plan, blah, 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 then you guys, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter when you're doing these wifely duties, but if you guys feel like y'all on the same plan, y'all moving together, y'all moving one accord, whether it be as a power couple or the whole alpha and omega, what is it, alpha and submissive, whatever, if it's going to be that, long as you guys are on one accord, have at it. But I don't know. I think other than like going over, and if you guys aren't living together, going over and cooking and cleaning or paying each other's bills at your house, that would be like crossing a line, I think. But then again, it would depend on you all's relationship. So, all right, spotlight. But no, that's what I'm sorry. Date with intention, manage your expectations. You have to communicate. I know plenty of couples that want to be power couples, and their marriage looks different than someone else's marriage. So, if the power couple idea is that you guys share a bill before y'all get married and see how that goes, hey, if that's what works for y'all, that's what works for y'all. But wifely duties varies amongst the wife.
Okay. Okay. So it varies amongst the wife, not the wife and the husband.
Well, yeah, of course, but it said wifely duties. I was gonna switch the genders, but I didn't know if you were trying to like pick one specific side. But I don't think men should do husbandly duties or whatever before they become a husband. So this whole idea that, oh well, you need to pay a bill before we go out, that's
Yeah.
bananas. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, if that's how y'all get down, sorry, my bad. I'll take my mouth off of it. But if not, that would be something I consider a husband duty that you shouldn't do before you guys become a husband. So I don't know.
Yeah, I asked that only. Well, I asked that for a specific reason, but I'll get to that later. Go ahead, Cannon. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that, well, for one, we have to be clear that not everyone wants to get married or views marriage as the ultimate commitment. So for those people, there's a different set of rules. But for people who do place value on marriage or have a distinction between those two things, like dating a boyfriend versus having a husband or whatever, I think that they're absolutely, you say wifely duties, but I'll just say mostly I think you shouldn't be making sacrifices for someone who hasn't made a distinct commitment to you in that way. Like I think you shouldn't. I think you should. If that person fits into your life, that's fine. You know y'all going about, but don't start rearranging your life and making all these sacrifices and doing all of these things for someone who hasn't made that commitment to you. Is just what I would say. Like no, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So when you say commitment, what do you mean?
I mean, like someone who hasn't, shown at least an intention to marry, right? Like maybe you guys are engaged or something like that. That's what I say. It kind of depends on what the criteria is. But people who believe in like marriage, like, oh, okay, this is my husband, like that. Then no, until y'all get married, at least, because then some people have to move across country to be together, different things like that. And I think you should only do that in those instances, not for a boyfriend or a girlfriend type situation.
So what about people who are dating and you really don't know if you want to be married to this woman because she hasn't shown you any of these abilities to be a wife, or she hasn't done anything to say that or to show that she has some wifely qualities?
I mean, I guess the question would be, what are wifely duties? That's like the question. Like, what exactly are wifely duties? I would need.
And what time frame are we in the relationship? Like, how long y'all been dating?
Yeah.
What month you're in?
I think everybody does this. I think everybody tests people that they date without letting the person know that they testing them, right? And I think through those tests, that's when you find out if I should take the next step into making this a committed relationship or what. I don't know what the test.
Like sending a friend over there to see if he gonna go, or like, because I can't give a test.
Some dudes do creepy stuff like that. I don't do stuff like that.
But that is creepy.
I didn't know what you mean by test.
Yeah, some dudes have tried to sick their homeboys on their girl to see if she'll go. That happens. That's real, right? But that's not a test that I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you just say you're on the phone or you at her house and you just mention that you're hungry or something like that, and if she offers like, you want me to make you something to eat, that's something that a man say to see how catering she is to let him know, like, okay, I got a woman that
wifely duties are catering.
I got a rebuttal to that though. Maybe she the female who loved to cook and she cook for her friends when they come over and say, I'm hungry. Okay, let me fix you some nachos, girl, or something.
Well, I guess
that's why I say we need a clear definition on what wifely duties are.
It's not a clear definition. It varies from person to person. Yeah. So that's why I say each person, I think they do this. They see what the other person will do for them without like giving them a list. Like I'm not about to give you a list and be like, this is what I want, because a manipulator will take that list and do exactly what's on the list to get what they want. So I think a person that's really serious about dating, they just go into it and they just give their little subtle test to see like a person's reaction, how a person reacts to certain things. And if they get the reaction that they're looking for, then I think, and they're comfortable with, then I think they might be like, okay, you know what? I'll take her a little bit more serious, because the reaction she gave me is the reactions that I need, the reactions that made me feel good. So now I'll in return, I'll start giving a little bit more. And I think both parties, I don't know if both parties do it, but I know I did it. And I know a lot of guys say they do it too. I don't know if women actually do that, or do y'all just go in blindly and just be like, okay, it's been 3 months. Let's go. But I would give tests, a little test, just not no outrageous stuff like Raven said.
Well, I'll put it this way. I think we have to kind of look at the word duty, right? Duty means something like you're beholden to, responsible for, or something like that. And so you have to ask the question, are there things that people are responsible for or have a duty to their wife or husband that they are not responsible for when they aren't married?
I just look for the duty to make me happy. That's all I want, the duty to make me happy.
But I think that like some of you were hinting at, everybody sees wife as something different. I can't speak for men because I'm not a man, but from what I understand, most of them do want a nurturing woman who can take care of the home. She can cook, she can clean, she will be catering. They want a woman that will raise their children well, a woman who will be appreciative. Like, these are certain qualities that I think men look for in a wife. And I think that, to your point, Cannon, of course, you should be kind and nurturing, and you should be patient, and you should be loyal to everybody that you have a relationship with, right? If this is a person that you've allowed in your life, you should be that way. But I think what's happening is, like, let's say a man is dating a woman, he's going to be looking for those qualities, and personally, I think you really don't have to test a woman, because if you're really dating her and you're spending time with her, you will see who she is, right? And if that's who she really is, it's going to manifest in itself one way or the other.
Well,
So
everybody don't have all day to be waiting. So, I'm not about to
Why
wait
does
for
this
her.
sound like the "what do you bring to the table" conversation? Because it sounds like we're going right back to how can you benefit my life, woman.
You
Yes,
took the words
yes.
right out of my mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth.
It's
Look, we
deja
have to be
vu.
real about this. Everybody is looking for someone who can benefit to their life, and I'm hoping no, like
But I guess my argument is we and
it's
this is
no
the thing
pressure.
about
If you can't, if you're not benefiting to my life, it's no pressure. That's cool. I want it to be natural though and organic. I'm not saying that
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I was
forcing
gonna
you
say.
to do something that you don't naturally do. So that's why I say it's subtle tests just for me to know. It's not nothing to, like, if you don't do it, I'm gonna start bashing you like, oh, you didn't do this and you just like the other. No, it's not nothing like that.
That's
It's
why you
subtle.
got
It's
married.
just so I can know. Like, if I got kids, I bring my kids around. I want to see how she interacts with my kid. And I'm gonna sit back and peep and see how she reacts to certain things. And if it's something like that. It's not like it's nothing pressuring or I'm trying to make her do anything. I just want to see you don't
you want to see who she
do
is and what
dating.
you get yourself into, right?
You have to be intentional, right? If you're not intentional, some things may never come across to you. So if you be intentional about a lot of stuff, you'll get some of the results and some of the answers that you want without it being a surprise. Like, a lot
and
of people don't let
we have to understand these things take time too. An observation of behavior, because anybody can show you anything one time. But I think this is when we get into the conversation about consistency as well. Consistency in behavior, consistency in, behavior, consistency in, and just how they protect things that they value,
Right.
those things. Consistency is important, but time is important. Like, dating is something that, and courting, even in this microwave society, you can bring as much technology and swipe left and right as you want to. It's a process, and it takes time for you to observe behavior and to make a determination that, okay, this is somebody I want to spend more time with. And I think we just have to kind of develop some patience. Now what Darwin is saying, I can, and this is when I was talking about to a certain extent. You have like people who are 50 and up that are like dating and they might be looking for love. Okay, you 50 and up, pretty much you done lived a life, maybe you have adult children, pretty much what you want and what you don't want, 50 and up. Not to say that people under 50 don't. I'm just saying I think age and time have a lot to do with it, because they're in a very significant time in their life. They know what they want.
I think that younger people know what they want too. They just don't know how to get it. I think everybody knows, this is what I want. This is what makes me happy. This the type of character I need out of a person. But I just think they don't know how to really. I don't think they know. I think they know what they want more than what they know how to give another person. Like, I think they know more about people and how to get things than how to give their self to somebody.
Or they want what they want when they want it, just like that. And when we talk about dating and courtship, again, it takes time, for you to develop bonds to a
that's
certain
what,
extent.
because men know
Yeah,
off bat if they want to have sex with somebody, right? But 9 times out
of
of 10,
course.
they don't go about it right. Or, like you say, they're impatient, or they're controlling with it, they're possessive with it. they are crazy with it. They're a little bit aggressive with it. They don't really know how to get to that sex part organically. So they pressure and they push and pull, and to the point where a lot of women be like, I can't do this, and now, it's just a problem. So I think a lot of people know what they want. They just don't know like how to deal with different personalities to get things out of the person or treat them with respect. Like they just want to run over. I'm speaking mostly about the men.
I think we're having two different conversations though, right? Because I think that when you say, again, we keep talking about like character traits, deciding if you want to be with somebody, all of those things, which are fine. But I think that part of the problem is I think we have lost an understanding of the duty that comes along with marriage or the weight of it, which I think is why so many people tend to take it so lightly, or why so many people tend to go into a marriage and treat it the same way that they did when they were dating. Like, I think that there is supposed to be a higher sense of duty because that's what's required to maintain that relationship. Like all the other stuff is not gonna stop. All the other stuff is not gonna get it, right? Like all of the cute stuff that was at the beginning, the dating stuff, that's not gonna maintain that relationship. What's gonna maintain that relationship is you having a sense of duty to that marriage.
So just name a couple of duties that you were talking about. If it's not like household duties like cooking, cleaning, like what's
no, I'm talking about
as far as...
when I say wifely duty or when I see wifely duties, that means that things that you're responsible to as a spouse being married to somebody that you made a commitment to intentionally, that you're like, we're going to be together for the rest of our lives.
Right.
Like, that's a different level of responsibility there.
The unexpectedness, like when you're married and you have aging parents. Yeah. And now these aging parents have become the responsibility of you and your spouse. I know this all too well. I'm going through it now.
Right.
So, you don't think about those things when you're dating necessarily. Like,
so
ain't nothing like that happening.
So then the question becomes, would you do something
I'm not
like
taking care of nobody mom and dad if I'm dating them.
Right? Like, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's what the question is. When it says duties, like what are the duties? Like what are you responsible for? What is the responsibilities in a marriage versus in a dating relationship? And it should be a level of responsibility in a marriage than it is in a dating relationship. And I think that's why people be so confused because it is. Like
people blur. I think people mismatch so much, and that's why I think it's become so difficult. You got people
that lack of boundaries.
You got people who living together. You got people having conversations about who pays this and who pays that, and it's like, well, y'all acting like y'all married, but you're not really married. And so it's like, somebody paying your bills, paying off major debt. Somebody getting your car fixed, cleaning up your house, doing your laundry. Those are all things that, you do when you're married. It's because you have a life together. You're sharing a life.
Right. Now, so you're responsible for each other in a different way.
Right. In a different way. Exactly.
But I do think that even when you're courting or when you're dating and during that engagement period, you still have certain, I want to say duties, but you do have to show some characteristics.
So basically,
some of those characteristics into action too, to show that person that you're dating that you are somebody that they should spend the rest of their life with.
So that's like another level than what you're talking about, though, Babe Cannon. As far as like, if a spouse parents get sick, I think it's levels to it, right? So if I'm dating somebody, I don't think that comes across where we're having a conversation like, so if your mother or father gets sick, like, what's your expectations and stuff like that. I think that's a conversation you have when you're committed to somebody about that, right? Because if I'm dating somebody, I'm not having those type of conversations. It's just not about to happen.
Yeah,
I would say this:
you have to factor into dating in general. Because my father-in-law and mother-in-law, they're in their 80s, or no, he's like 70s. Sorry, they're in their 70s. And when me and my husband started dating, that was a conversation I had with my mother and my father. Well, are you prepared? God forbid, in the next 15 years, that's still, it's fairly early in y'all life and y'all marriage to take in, or, God forbid they pass, you got to take one in. That was a conversation my mama had with me on the realest of reels. And I was like, I didn't even think about that.
Thank your mama.
Me and my wife had these conversations, but we was past the date. We was together. We wasn't like dating and then
boyfriend and girlfriend.
When I was dating multiple women. So I couldn't imagine dating these women, 3 or 4 women, and having these types of conversations with 3 or 4 women.
Well, that's because you weren't serious about marriage at that
Right?
point.
Are you talking
No,
about
no.
boyfriend and girlfriend, or just like casual hookups? Because now I'm confused. Because I thought boyfriend meant like we're committed.
Girl, he confused too. He don't know.
Now
What
you started talking about 3 girls, and I'm like,
Hey. Well, I went with like 2 of them, and so it was very confusing for me. So I didn't too much.
Okay, this is something I want to touch on too. We haven't talked about the emotional load that you take on when you marry somebody.
There
when
you go.
You know, when you're talking about boyfriend and girlfriend, just like I tell my little brother who's starting to date now, you know, mom passed, but that's not something you want to throw on a girl the first time you meet her. You know, 6 months.
Yeah, that's nobody's responsibility.
Exactly.
No,
But
it happens.
Anybody.
I'm gonna tell y'all.
When you're dating, it depends on where you are in the relationship, though, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, let's say you've been with somebody for a few years, you know, and something major happens, and that person's not there to be supportive. Which is completely
not 6 months in
responsibility, which is completely different from taking on responsibility. Then those are signs like, oh, I don't know if I can rely on this person. But it's not it's not like that person has to do anything, right?
Or
you still have to have a support system, whether your boyfriend or girlfriend is there. Because if y'all break up the next day, that can't be your whole support system. But that's why I was saying, when you get married, you guys are a unit. That is your support system from the jump, and then you move on out from there.
Boyfriend is different to a lot of people. Like some people, if they're boyfriend, they like, I ain't gotta do none of that. Like to me, when I was, that's why I was so quick to propose to my wife when we got married right away, because that boyfriend stage, that's like a stage of like, I can do whatever I want to do.
What
I
was gonna say was, my mom died, like, I think 9-10 months before I met Mr. Mosley. So you out on the first, second date. Well, tell me about your parents. Well, just buried my mom this past Christmas. Now at this point, I'm kind of like what Darwin was saying. Like, he could have ran for the hills. Like, okay, I ain't even trying to deal with this grief and this emotional, because it was a lot, but he decided to stay. But then that's me understanding that, okay, this is not his grief to deal with. This is mine. But he was supportive. But he was as supportive as I expected him to be, because we were not at that point super committed. So I think that there are things when you are initially dating people, you probably do need to ask them, because there are certain folks, they would have just ran for the hills, you know. Or if you are dating and you just got diagnosed with cancer, I know somebody who went through that, or lupus, and you're trying to date and live your best life. You have to really share these things with people to see if they're gonna be in for the long haul, you know. So I mean,
that's exactly what I was thinking when Darwin said that, because my father-in-law, mother-in-law are a little bit up in age, but my mom just passed 2 years ago, and she was like 47. So it doesn't necessarily always matter, you know, if they're older or not. But my husband handled it like a G. Like, you know, it was beautiful. He rubbed her feet all throughout the cancer. I'm telling you. She said he should get a job doing foot rubs. But
yeah, but I still think that those are just like personality, character, or like just certain, you know, things about a person that can make you decide to marry them. But duty is just something different. Duty just means, like I said, you're responsible and strict, and most of the time.
So give us like a couple examples, though.
I think
what I'm saying is that a wifely duty means that you are beholden to this other person. You have a duty to do whatever, or to however it goes, like whatever it is. It's not a specific thing. It's just that you're responsible in a way that you are not responsible if you're only dating, unless, like I say, it's people who just don't believe in marriage at all, but they have committed in that way and they choose to be responsible in that way. But if it is two people that do believe in marriage and they don't feel like they're at the marriage level yet, they cool being boyfriend and girlfriend, then no, you don't have a duty, a wifely duty or a husbandly duty to that person, is what I'm saying. Like you don't have to make the type of sacrifices for a boyfriend or a girlfriend that you would make for a committed relationship.
So my thing is, because I had this conversation years ago. My thing is, so when you have your boyfriend, right? In order, y'all was dating at first. You just met him. You had to see something in him to qualify him as a boyfriend, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So as a boyfriend, I think to take it to the next level, you had to see things in him to qualify him as a husband. So what things did you see, or do women see in a guy to be like, okay, he's husband material, so let me be wifey material to show him that we can do this and take it to the next level. I think that's what
Yeah,
people
but
are
that's
looking
something
for.
different saying wifely or husbandly material and saying a wifely or
Well,
husbandly.
okay,
Period.
the duty word is
That's what
kind
I
of
was
the
gonna say.
duty word is
Already
kind of.
material, baby.
Let me
Well,
give you
because
one
people,
second.
well,
Let me
because
give you
people
some
do say that
context.
a lot.
One
People,
second.
yeah, okay.
Let me give you some context. So I get what you're saying. You understand as a married woman that marriage is a whole lot more than just the things that you do, right?
Right.
When you're married to somebody, you are indebted to them financially and in so many ways.
Yep.
Their health affects you. Like
Yep.
if they get sick, you need to take off work. You have to be at home. You're catering to them. You're picking up medicine. If their family gets sick, you might have somebody move in with you. You might have to pick up more of the workload at home because now their family is sick and they need to be there for their that part of their family. Wifely duties are very elaborate, right? There are so many different things that wives have to do. We're making it a little bit more deeper because we tend to think like that.
But we
I
have
think
to,
a
because
lot of times in these conversations, people are talking about cooking, cleaning. They talking about doing your laundry. They talking about maybe helping pay a bill. Usually, when I hear these conversations, that's what people are talking about. So
my thing is, it's no.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's no conversation that you can have about it. I think you have to see a person in action to figure this stuff out. So like you can, a person can tell you what they'll do all day long, but until it happens, that's when you know what they're really going to do, what they're capable of. So that's why I said I give a little test to see, just to see how far a person will go and see what they will do. Because like you said, I don't know if a person will drop take some days off to help me take care of my mother or not, just because I asked them to before we even got married. I don't know that. So my thing is, through dating, through the boyfriend stage and girlfriend stage, I'm giving her a little. Well, I'm not giving her a little test. I'm just evaluating her in certain situations to see how nurturing, how caring, just to see these characteristics and these personality traits, because that's all you have to go off of. And like Ms. Jovo said, the consistency. If they consistently there for you and they're consistently helping you pick up slack, and they're consistently helping you and listening to you and helping you through problems, then I'm gonna look at that like, you know what? That's a good trait that to make her a good wife. And I think that will trickle down into, yeah, she will help me with my mother. She will,
But do you think that
I
do you think that there is a greater sense of responsibility with a person being a wife or a husband as
I
opposed
think
to
there's a lot of different responsibilities.
I said a sense of responsibility, like a sense of like now do you feel like that, or it just doesn't matter? Like if you just love a person, you just do the same things that you would do whether you was married to them or not.
I think you just supposed to do the same thing. I don't think a person should wait for if I'm into you and you're into me, and that's feelings, right? My feelings is not going to kick in once I give you a ring, and I will hope your feelings isn't going to kick in once you get a ring. I will hope the feelings is already there. That's why I'm giving you the ring, because the feelings is already matured. That's the only reason I'm going to marry somebody is if I already have those feelings and I'm already comfortable with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's about feelings. I think it's about more about decisions that you make, though, more than feelings. Like you could feel the same way, but I think you should make different decisions if you don't have that commitment to a person versus if you do. I think your decision making should be different.
Well,
I don't think about it this way. Let's say, like when you and Cannon, well, y'all a little different because y'all were friends for so long. But let's say,
but still certain stuff I wasn't doing. Nah, boo.
So let's say there are some differences.
That's why you're on level 6.
You have to play some. Like I was saying, you have to show some characteristics, and there are some things that you will have to that you should do if you really care about somebody and want to spend the rest of your life with them, right? but there are still some differences. Like,
Yeah,
let's say you live in your house, your girlfriend lives in her house, her mom gets sick, you're not, you know, it looks different. The wife is going to be taking on responsibilities that the girlfriend
yeah,
would,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
So
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just like I had a relative who her boyfriend out of nowhere got really sick, and they were really young too. And for the longest, I mean, she stuck it out, and stuff like that. But I mean, a lot of our conversation was like, "You are not even married to this man. Like, you don't owe him anything." But that was like just literally the facts of it. Like, this person hasn't even made this commitment to you. Why are you sacrificing your life for them? You don't have to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It definitely looks. It
married to
definitely
them,
looks different.
if y'all had made that commitment to each other, then it would be different. But since you have not, then you're not responsible.
What's this? What you mean? Make this commitment? Like,
Okay.
what do you mean by that? Like, what you like?
The commitment of marriage, to say this is the person that I'm going to be with for the
See,
rest of my life. This is where I'm going to start my family, to live, to look, whatever the vows are. You took those vows. It's a whole.
So what you saying? Like you need to hear those words, and then now it's a commitment that you trust.
No, I'm saying you actually made the commitment. You actually went to the courthouse,
Right, through actions, right?
Made the commitment, and
Through your actions.
No, well, it's
No. You take the vow. See, this the thing. This the thing. You take the vow, and you can't go back and say, "Well, you didn't see none of that in me before, so I don't know why you expecting it now." No, you took a vow.
Right.
That's like all the paperwork you sign when you buying a house.
Right.
You may not know what all that stuff is, but guess what? You signed it.
I think
you signed
I'm getting a disconnect right with you ladies.
So guess what? Now that and this the thing. This why the divorce rate is up now, because nobody wants to say, I don't know how to do that. Yeah. Now you got the blind leading the blind, and the next thing you know, we in divorce court because nobody wanted to learn or look at the fine print. Because sickness and health is, if I get sick, meaning if I get breast cancer or if I'm vomiting on myself, you gonna wipe me up? You gonna pay somebody to wipe me up? Or you gonna sit by my side if I'm suffering? And see, you got a whole bunch of people who want to rewrite something that's already been written. You done said I'm doing this. You can't be going in breaching your contract and saying, "Well, I know I vowed to do this."
I think that's the disconnect right there. I think that's the disconnect. So what you telling me? You ladies are, when the man says, "I'm taking this vow and this commitment to do X, Y, Z," that's when y'all start taking him serious into doing it.
No, that's what I'm saying. We've been holding you accountable. We just want you to understand you accountable.
What I'm saying is that that's the difference between like being licensed and unlicensed, right? Like the person can have a skill, right? But you're gonna get a different reception, or you're gonna be more credible, or whatever it is, more validated if you're licensed versus being unlicensed. It's kind of like that. Or once you've been accredited or not accredited, whatever that is. That's the only thing that's the license that means. And what I'm saying is that if that person has not made that level of commitment to, I say, if you believe in that thing, like I say, everybody doesn't believe in it. Some people are like, I don't never need to go get married, whatever. Right. Then that's fine. That's not for you. But for the people who view marriage as something that means something, then you need to understand that it does mean something different than a boyfriend and a girlfriend. It does.
It's some levels to this ish.
I mean, to me, I use titles just because the world uses titles and it's easy to communicate, right? So
what? Say what?
We got Freezy in the chat.
I use titles. I use titles just because it's easy to communicate by using titles. So if I don't never need to call my wife, or just to know, just so everybody else can know that it's a deeper connection. That's the only way I use the term wife, so everybody else can know, like, this means a little bit more to me than a boyfriend, a girlfriend, or whatever. So it's just the title that I use. But if we never got married, and if we took a commitment to be together, I wouldn't have to call her my wife to do the same things I do for her. I wouldn't need that. I wouldn't need no oath or no vows or none of that. If I feel a certain way about her, I'm going to feel that way whether I sign some marriage papers or not, because the things that she has done and the actions that she has proven to me, right? That's why You know,
And see, that's why it goes both ways. Because on one hand,
both
but
ways.
that's what led you
both
to
ways.
actually the commitment.
If the plan was that we would get married, that means you are a follow through type of guy. You
Right.
married me and we got to the end.
And you made
Because I told my husband the same kind of thing. I could jump the broom and love you just as much. I would do all this, and we could have jumped the broom and never did the whole church thing. It wouldn't have bothered me none. So I feel you, Darwin, to a certain extent. I would never had to sign no paperwork. I would have loved him the same. We would have did all this the same. Probably more paperwork without. Anyway, but I feel you. It doesn't. The love.
I was more for marriage than my wife. So
yeah, exactly. Now if my husband said, you know what, I'm gonna marry you and I'm do X, Y, Z, and then you never married me, then that means you're a liar.
And I only did it because society says a man, in order for a woman to know how their worth, a man's supposed to marry him. So that's why I did it. Not because I needed to be married, so I can be like, I'm taking this oath and I'm taking the next step. Well, I did it because of what I've been socialized to do as a man. Like marry the woman that you care about and that you want to be with, right? So that's why I did it. But I didn't do it because I needed to be like, I needed some special extra commitment.
I didn't do it because it meant anything to be a husband.
I know. Right?
I did it because when you buy a house, you sign certain documents that says the house belongs to us. Like this is our dwelling. This is where we're gonna live at.
Well,
see, for me, it's a covenant. It's a contract. It really is. And I'm a person that one of my pet peeves in life is you signed it. Like, example, client agreements, stuff I have with my clients. You know when to pay, you know when the session's gonna end, you know how this works. So when they come back and say, well, Ms. Mosley, blah, 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 what I'm doing is, but you signed. And we went over this.
I agree. I think that nowadays people don't have that same sense of duty.
They don't.
To their families and to those types of covenants that they make, which is why you get the experience that you get, because people just see it as nothing. They like,
do everybody not don't have that same sense of responsibility because they're a bad person, or do they have it just because they just don't? Because they don't value it that way, or they don't look at it that way. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I don't know. Okay. Hold on a second. I don't know why everything has to be a bad person or a good person.
Do people?
It don't make you a bad person. It makes you a bad husband, or it makes you a bad wife, or it makes you a bad father, or it makes you a bad mother if you don't have a sense of duty to your family. But it don't necessarily have to make you a bad person, right? Just because you don't have that sense of duty. But what I'm saying is, in order for us to have these families that we claim that we want so bad, there's a cost to it. There's a sacrifice that's required that a lot of people are not willing to make. A lot of people are not willing to make those sacrifices.
Right.
Like, they don't even understand what those sacrifices are, which we see the proof is in the pudding. Like, you don't like this. That's not something that just
y'all be on that ring. Y'all be on that ring, boy.
First of all, that's why it goes about dating with intention, because we're treating marriage as if it's just two people in love. Rich people get married for a million things. I've seen military couples get married because military be doing things.
Hey, why do we get married?
Why did I get married?
No, Cannon, why did we get married?
Oh,
why did we get married, or why did I get married?
Why did I propose so early? For like Ms. Raven said,
because you have to hurry up and lock it up because you ain't want nobody else to come and slap.
That's one reason.
Like, you have to hurry up and try to.
You stop lying.
That's the number two reason. That's the number two reason.
Y'all want to pee on y'all tree and make sure don't nobody else.
Yeah, he tried to
pee on the tree, guys.
Darwin, you know what I say when people ask me that? Like when people ask me, well, why did you marry your husband? After I say, of course, there's an elaborate answer after I say, because he asked me. Because it was important to me that he asked for my hand in marriage. That's something that I value.
That's my dad.
Because that means for me, that means you seen some. We talked about the differentiation between characteristics and actual duty. You saw character and morals and ethics that will allow me to not value being a wife, and that I'll do everything that it takes for me to protect that value of being a wife, being a mom, or whatever.
Which cause you to then take on that responsibility. Well,
exactly.
When a person
asks me that,
because what you're supposed to be saying and asking for the hand is that I'm now responsible for you. I'm beholden to you.
There you go.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and see, this the thing. This the thing about new age stuff. People forget that
new age. We did that in our marriage. Y'all gonna stop putting it on us.
I'm old fashioned. So I'm gonna just say this: the new ways of looking at marriage and the other lens of looking at it. Let me just say it that way. There's this different lens of looking at it. Is that sometimes people enter this and they don't understand that what you're saying is you're committing to living your life a certain way that now includes you having to include somebody else when you consider doing certain things. Like being a wife, one of my duties is, like I think we brought this up earlier. Like if he gets sick, he's gonna be looking to me to take care of him. Well, if I up and decide that I want to get a job in Chicago, it's gonna be very hard for me to do that. Being a wife means I gotta consider, okay, I can't just up and move to Chicago because there's a job up there for me. I got a whole husband to consider with this. And see, people are spinning that narrative on something else, calling it controlling or calling it, you don't get to be your own individual self. No, you have to find balance in that, but you also need to understand that it's not just about you anymore. And so I always say the same thing all the time. If you are selfish, if you don't like sacrificing for people, if you don't like being emotionally available, physically available for other folks, do not get married because this ain't for you. And the life ain't for everybody.
When a person asks me when I get married, my three things is because I get more money in the military, right? And because like Ms. Reagan said, I'm marking my territory. That's true. That's a fact. But I thought my commitment didn't start when I married my wife. My commitment started when I started enthralling myself into her life. When I started having her rearrange things for me. That's when I knew it was like, this is the commitment for me. When I start coming and she started rearranging her household to accommodate me, that's when I felt like let me put a ring on it because she's doing these things for me. So now I have to, in return, I have to that's how I have to validate her, and in return, I have to gain my respect because, of course, when she's doing putting me before some of her family members and stuff like that, now I have to make sure that they know why. That they know that she's not just doing this for a boyfriend and she's not stigmatized and stuff like that. She's doing it because this is someone she cares about and this is someone that cares about her. So that's what it was very important for me to marry her so her family can know, her friends can know that this is not, so she wouldn't look so foolish because she was doing a lot for me before we got married. And it was and if I wouldn't have married her, I would have felt bad because this is a good woman that proved to me before we got married that she was wife material.
You married me because you felt bad, nah.
That just goes for me. I don't know what everybody else does and how they welcome a woman when she's doing wifely material thing. And maybe she wasn't doing it on purpose. Maybe she was, like I said, just being herself. And in being herself, that was perfect for me. And that made me just be like, okay, it was organic, it was natural. I didn't have to force nothing. It seemed like she did it at a genuine place. So let me, in return, do what I have to do now.
All right. I want to share some comments from some of our viewers. They have some really good stuff to say. We on Lock Nation says, your duty as a spouse is depending on the circumstances. And can be or not, I'm not quite sure what that means. Necessarily has to do with, it can be, I think you're trying to say it doesn't necessarily have to do with finances or whether you get sick or whether he's hungry or what he or she needs spiritually. I'm not quite sure what he means by that, but I do know later on he says here, boyfriend and girlfriend relationships are startup kits. Testing the waters to see if you and her are compatible or not. And I agree with that.
Testing.
Huh?
Testing the waters. Yeah, that's what you do. You're
testing.
testing.
1, 2. Life is
evaluating. Testing. Seeing what they got to offer you.
Yeah, I agree.
Both parties should be doing that.
I think we do all agree though, but that there are differences though between what you do as a girlfriend and what you do as a wife. I think we agree.
Yeah, that's exactly what he just said. He even acknowledged it. He said, that's why I felt the need to get married because she was doing these things. So it needed to make sense that she was doing it for a husband as opposed to a boyfriend. So he even acknowledged it.
But my point is, you was doing it before we got married.
But that
But
wasn't
that was
my
her.
duty.
That was her though.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not everyone.
But I didn't have to.
You
Now,
guys were different.
you
Y'all
didn't
were
have to.
BFFs for
now,
like 75
I
years.
put myself in a situation where I've accepted your hand, so now I'm actually responsible for real. Wait,
No, you was responsible for. You just don't know it.
Oh Lord. See, that's why they
Uh-huh.
Well, Ken is
Uh-huh.
like, look, y'all ain't know no better back then.
Don't know. Hey, don't no piece of paper dictate what I do.
It's
And
more
what-
than a piece of paper.
A restraining order is a piece
I
of
know
paper.
it's
All right, y'all.
right,
We gotta move on.
and so is an arrest warrant. All types of stuff is a piece of paper.
All right, y'all. We
All of a
gotta
sudden,
move
it don't
on.
count.
That was a good.
well,
good
I'm
topic,
grateful.
all
I'm
right?
grateful that you treated me like a husband before I was a husband. You let me know to marry you. I'm grateful it worked out for the both of us.
Ashley, before you wrap this up, I just wanted to know from you, like, how do you, because you're the one who's out there dating amongst us. We're married, but for you in this day and time, how do you set that boundary? Like how do you make sure if that's something that you do that you're not more wifely than you are? Okay, we're dating.
And it's rough for you, Ash, because you hold it out too. Hey, it's rough.
What?
You are crazy.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Well,
yeah.
Kool-Aid
for
in his
me-
cup. What is going on?
And not to put you on the spot, but I'm always just curious because I've been out the dating game obviously for a while. So I'm just always curious, how do people date now navigate these things?
Yeah. Well, it's about finding somebody you're compatible with, somebody that sees dating and relationships the same way as you. Like, I'm not doing the shacking up thing. We ain't splitting bills. I'm not coming to your house to clean up every weekend. I'm not doing all your laundry. I'll cook for you. If you need me to help you do something, I'll help you. I'll come up. I'll run an errand for you. But it's not going to be something that I dedicate my weeks to week after week. I'm not doing this every week because I'm not your wife. I'll pick up something from the grocery store. What I mean? I will definitely do things. I'm a person that I show love, by service.
Acts of service.
Yeah. So I naturally do that. And so I have no problem doing that. But there are boundaries and limits. I don't expect a man to be coming over here, every time something breaks. Now, if he's here, or if I need him to come, I want to be able to ask him, but it's still not like he doesn't have to, he's not responsible for everything.
Because he might not know how to fix
everything that comes up. Like, he's not responsible for, every time something go wrong with my car. Like, that's, you know what I mean? He's definitely not responsible for paying my bills. Like, so I don't date how I think most people in this world date now. Like, people be moving in and, just
Ash, we gotta
like
talk. We have to talk, Ash. You can get whatever you want.
That's not me.
Exactly.
As long as you hold it out, you can get whatever you want. I'm telling you, the longer a woman holds out, she can get whatever. A man will do all types of stuff to get it. So as long as you don't give it to him, you gonna be forever. You gonna be doing all types of stuff. I'm telling you.
Don't listen to that, Ashley.
And I mean, when guys do that,
please God, Ashley, please God, don't listen to it. Please God, please God. Please hold it
if
out.
You want your conflict, if you want your conflict,
does not make men behave how you want them to behave. A man is going to do what he wants to do, whether you hold out or not.
No. Oh my God.
Yes,
Oh Lord.
You know how many married men are sleeping around because they like holding out? Stop it.
That's gonna be another topic.
I feel where Ashley's coming from. I want to encourage Ashley to keep showing her
once a man gets some
and her character.
Hey.
No, I think Ashley on the right track. It's like deja vu. It's like deja vu.
No, but I was
all right, y'all.
Darwin's point about the test. Life is full of tests. Like if you keep saying, or not keep, but like let's say for instance, you leave a sink full of dishes because you're testing me to see if I'm gonna wash the dishes. God forbid you actually need me to wash dishes next week. I'm gonna be thinking in my head, this nigga don't clean up. Or every time I come over here, he want me to wash dishes. I think not. Don't test people because in the event something really happens, you're gonna be the boy that cried wolf. Because now you really need your dishes washed, and I'm be looking at you like this is the third time in 2 weeks, partner.
And that's when I'm gonna make it a chore. When you don't just do it because they need to be done, I'm gonna put a list up. I'm put
Oh
I'm put your
Lord.
name
Oh,
and
Breezy,
not
Look
just
at
my
that.
name.
I'm breaking
Breezy
up
say,
over
"Lock
here.
them
Oh my
legs,
God,
ass."
it's breaking up. What? I'm getting a bad signal. Stop
I'm put your name and I'm put my name. And I'm gonna have a list of things you need to do when you come over in order to stay.
I can't. I can't.
Don't listen to
10
nothing he's
minutes in,
talking
10
about.
minutes in, you ain't washed them dishes. Yeah, I gotta go pick
Don't
up my
listen to
mama for
nothing
work.
he
Yeah,
talking
Bye.
about. When he got don't
Why?
listen to those lies, the lies. When he got his own place, he caters. You don't have to do nothing when you come to his house. Don't even listen to him. He's so full of it. So
All
full of
right,
it.
y'all. We got to move on. We got to move on. Thank you to everybody who's in the comment section. We see you, Indigo Light. Shout out to Rilla. We love when you stop by. Dara, we love you. We on Lock Nation. Mr. Rucker, the prenup guy. Thank you all for joining us. Make sure you tap that like button and share on your social media pages. All right, let them know that we are here in the ladies room. All right, and we also have a Facebook group. It's called the ladies room group chat. All right, so I'll link that in the chat, but we're going to go ahead and move on to our next convo. Y'all are hilarious. All right, so that wrapped up our last topic. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next topic. All right, you love people until there's something wrong with them. Why? And when I say something wrong with them, I mean a flaw, right? We all have flaws. But a lot of times in relationships, whether it be romantic or friendship, familiar relationships, you just loving on a person, even somebody you just met, you loving on them until you start realizing, oh, can't stand the way they ask all them questions, or ooh, they nosy, or they always late, or whatever it may be. We love people until there is something wrong with them. Why?
Well, there is a difference between love and lust, and I think a lot of people get that confused. I have initially been infatuated or lusted certain people, and then they do stuff, and you're like, I'm real finicky. I'm a super finicky person. Like, it could be like somebody could wear like the wrong thing. Like, it's just I can't control that. Okay, So I may that's just how that goes. But that's why I think that I know for a fact that there's a difference between love and lust, because it's just like when you love family members, just because they do stuff or certain things happen, unless it's like super extreme, you're still gonna love your family members. It's the same thing with a partner. Like, that's kind of how I know the difference, because that's kind of how I'm with my husband now or whatever, because I know that I love him, because even like it does, like the stuff that he does it still remains the same. It's not like, oh, like now, oh, he did this, so now I don't like him anymore or whatever. I think when that happens, you don't love that person. Like, you can't say you love that person. Love is not something you turn on and turn off. And a lot of people get that confused. Like, they have a lot of lust, they have a lot of infatuation, they have that type of stuff. But if it's a turn off, right? If you turned off now that you found out something about the person that you don't like, then you don't love them. You didn't love them. You don't love them, and you can also, and like you say, if you love them until there's something wrong, you can also love people from a distance, right? But like Indigo Light says in the comments, love is unconditional. Like, it truly is. Like, you can't just be like, oh, I choose to love or I choose not to love. Like, no, it's unconditional. You cannot be with somebody and love them, but you can't say, oh, I used to love them until I found this out, then I didn't love them. No, you don't love that person. You don't. You were infatuated with them, you were attracted to them, you were in lust with them, but you ain't love that person. And I think people need to get that understood.
I was thinking the same thing when you said lust. I mean, lust and love, because love, I'm not necessarily finicky. I'm kind of the opposite. Like, my BS meter is like through the roof, because growing up I didn't have any tact, so I'm like, maybe they're not saying it like they're supposed to say it, and then I maybe got 6 months, and then they eventually get cut off. The point is, if I love you for real, then I'm going to work with your flaws. I'm going to accept the things that you do. I do, however, have boundaries. If I find out that you peddling fouls, there ain't no more love here. There's no more of that. I don't even know if I can love you from afar, to be honest. I don't know if I can do that for you either. But I think it's safe to have boundaries. You can act however you want to act. If they cross my boundaries, maybe I wasn't a good of judge of character as I had thought. Maybe I don't know. If you start beating your wife, you go ahead and cut that boundary with you too. But I don't know. I think love is just it's such a broad stroke emotion. I don't want you. Well, I won't say I don't want you to die because I could definitely. Well, I don't know. I'll be quiet.
So when I say love too, so I feel like there are multiple meanings of the word love. You have love, like that feeling, right? You have the action of
Like I
love, right?
fucks with you.
Like you love somebody. So for instance,
Yeah.
like I'll use my sister and I as an example. So we love each other, right? There are times when we don't like each other, right? But I can't
Mhm.
stop loving her, meaning showing love for her. And
Right.
so sometimes, let's say we meet somebody, you meet somebody at work or wherever, you meet a guy or a lady that you're interested in romantically. And then you start to see some things where it's like, oh man, now everybody has to decide what their deal breakers are, right? And we all need them, right? But nobody's perfect. So it's like, let's say there's just something that you weren't anticipating dealing with, right? And you really don't want to deal with it. But everything was good before then. And so it's like now you're not showing the love that you used to. You know what I mean? And I shouldn't say early on in relationships. Let's say you've been with this person for a couple years or a year. You know,
We're
if
talking
it
about relationships.
and I really don't mean relationships. I was really
Okay.
thinking
I was thinking like family.
I was thinking not and friends or acquaintances.
I think
You
it
know,
goes to everything, right? I mean,
yeah,
love is love, like she said. You can love your
yeah,
friend, your family, your wife, your coworker,
right.
your mother, your
Exactly.
father. You can
And
have fuck with all of them.
yeah, and so but why is that? Like is that I don't necessarily think that's healthy because you won't have relationships. You won't have meaningful relationships if you don't know how to be accepting. Yes, manage your expectations. If you can't manage your expectations, but not just that, Jovo, but if you don't offer a little bit of grace. One of my favorite scriptures
Yes.
Bible. One of my favorite scriptures in the Bible is about like I forget exactly where it said. I'll have to look it up, but it talks about making allowances for each
Mhm.
other's faults, right?
Right.
You want people to excuse our faults and understand us, understand, man, we just get tired or whatever our faults are. But sometimes people have a hard time making allowances for other people's
It's
faults.
it's called selfishness. That's what it's called. And like I said in the last segment, you got all these selfish folks getting married, and then they wonder why they're getting divorced in 6 months because they're not managing the expectation that I'm not perfect, and oh by the way, your partner ain't perfect either. And so we need to learn how to work through these imperfections. And if I know when I'm dating them and when I am courting them that I'm not going to be able to work through this, then I need to be honest and upfront about it. And then the other part is we sometimes we forget that behavior changes and habits, those things don't develop overnight and they certainly don't change overnight. Like change is a whole process. And so, you all have heard me talk about like just the evolution of marriage. Like marriages evolve over time. Like, I mean, I was young when I got married. I joke, I tell somebody 23 years old, I was young. So we both walking into it with, different flaws, different, I'm moving straight from a dorm room into an apartment. We habits that I had when I lived by myself, I had to learn how to counter those or break those because now I'm living with somebody else and he had to do the same. I mean, coming from an apartment with like two or three other guys, it's like, okay, it's certain stuff that I can't do. Like I can't be trimming my beard in the sink without something covering the sink, stuff like that, because that's the little stuff that people don't anticipate either that will just tap on you, just get on your nerves, like just, I can't stand this person for doing this. Or snoring. If you snore, if he snores, all these different things. Like, and people just they don't understand, like they call it they call infatuation love, they call general concern love, but love is when you're able to work through your own imperfections and have patience with the person that you care and love. You have patience to deal with them through their imperfections, and you acknowledge that, okay, this is hard for me. You're honest, you're open about that, you know. But I think the reason why is people just selfish. I tell people nowadays, make sure you marrying a partner and you ain't marrying a sponsor. Because sponsors, we expect a lot from them. They supposed to help us when we down, finance certain stuff until they can't anymore. And then people are just, I want to get a divorce. I'm not happy. You don't get married because you happy. You should have been happy when you are in charge of your happiness. And so we just gotta stop thinking that everything is about me, 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 me. You know, we humans. Ain't none of us perfect.
Right.
Yeah, I, something happened this weekend that I think this is a good example. I can tell my story now. So my wife did the same exact thing a previous ex did, and the previous ex, I went off on her. I mean, I snapped. I went berserk. I'm talking about, I went crazy. I snapped on her real bad. My wife did the exact same thing, and I just was like, oh, okay, you know. And we had a conversation about it too, and I told her like, I didn't even say she like what you was mad. I was like, no, I wasn't mad. I felt a certain way, but at the end of the day, I think, and I just use the word love just for communication. I don't really believe in love, but I let everybody know I love my wife so they can know it's a deeper connection than what the word like or whatever. So, but I think it's love because I could have chose to express to her how unhappy I was just the same way I did with the other girl, but I did it because I think the love factor came in. Like I respect her enough, I love her enough. I mean, a little bit more emotionally connected, and I understand her intent on a lot of things, right? So I didn't go off the way I did, and I think um, that's when you love somebody when when everything changes. You let people um do certain things, they get away with certain things, and the people that you don't love, you just be like, hey, you can go. Like you don't they don't get like a long leash for certain things, and I think that's just because everybody is selfish and everybody does have a selfish place to be to preserve their happiness, right? So if a person is just not doing something that you're cool with and make you happy, if you don't love them, it's easy for you to let them go. Like, get on out my space, get on out my you messing up my energy. But if you love somebody, you give them that long leash because you have a little bit more faith in them, right? That and you more optimistic, and you trust them a little bit more to know, like, okay, this is just a feeling that I have momentarily, but through trust, I know this feeling will soon disappear, and it's going to be mainly because of her or him, right? Like, I know it's just as unhappy as my wife can make me, she can make me happy also. And I think when you love each other, you have that, you know. She's the only one that can make me as mad as I get, and she's the only one that can make me as happy as I can get. And with people that you don't love, they can make you mad, but I don't think they can ever ever really fix it, right? Because you like, nah, whatever, get on out my face. So I think it's a I don't know, and I think that's why, like, because you preserving your happiness at all costs, and you're not about to risk it for somebody that's just, that you really don't have feelings for.
But
This
you know
sounds
what
like the
though?
duty thing we just talked about, the duty between a wife and a husband and a
Yeah.
boyfriend or a
Yep.
girlfriend.
But you know what too, Darwin? That goes to show you though that you have self love because you didn't react in your old ways. Like, I
Yeah.
tell a lot of people that your ability to love other people also connects to how you love and you extend grace to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, um, obviously by what you shared, you love yourself because you were able to do something
Understand.
different.
Yeah,
You
and
counter the
understand.
old behavior. And
Yeah.
then the other side of that is you're married to someone too that evokes a change or promotes that positive change that you made about not responding to, whatever certain types of behaviors from others. Like, I think love also, and I often say this, shout out to my friend Ty. She's also a therapist. Love, friendship, marriage, all these ships, I always say they verbs. They're verbs. They're verbs, they're action words, and in that action, in that moment, there is something in your marriage that is evoking you not to respond the same way that you would have responded, few years back or whatever. So I think love is also your ability to, like, I don't know, there's a connection there where you and your spouse, you just want to do better, not just by each other, but just by in general,
Yeah, that's
you
that
know.
self-preservation.
Right. But I tell people, my husband makes me want to be a better person. He pushed me to, take better care of myself, self-care and self-love, and because and I've promoted him to not be, a smart butt and treat people, how he want to be treated. It's like it's a give and take. You you
Mm-hmm.
you
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 make
you
each other better.
influence each other to make each other better. Yeah. That's love to me.
Yeah, exactly. You bring out the best of each other, instead of
Yeah.
that toxic behavior. Y'all make each other, even if even if you do have problems, you work it out and you become stronger. You don't, that's all. That's what it's
Right.
about. That I
Because the
guess that's what
problems gonna
love
come. That's
is.
the thing. The problems are gonna come, and they're gonna come at different years you've been married. They're gonna come in different seasons.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna come. Your ability to stick by each other and actually communicate with each other about who you're evolving is and who they are evolving is, that's so important. I mean, I'm 49. I was 23 when I got married. I'm not the same woman, and I'm not gonna want the same things that I wanted at 23. And that's the other thing people got to consider. You're signing up to grow old with folks. I mean, and let me tell you,
That's why they say
it's
Yeah,
love is
you
correction
don't
as
you
well.
like right, like you have no clue what changes you're gonna go through, or even who
exactly,
so you can't even really predict it because you don't know
exactly.
where life is gonna take you, and you don't know where those like experiences are gonna lead you. So you really have no clue. So it's really
And I
just
think a lot of people think you don't love them when you start acting differently because of what they've done. Like if you
Hmm.
start keeping your distance from people that you love, sometimes it's because you don't want to really lose them, and it's because you know how.
Hmm.
Like I know how I am, so I'm gonna keep my distance from certain people that I love because I know if I say certain things that it's no coming back to it. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes. And sometimes they won't understand that, like, oh, you don't love me. Oh, he don't mess with me no more. Oh, this supposed to be a family. This like no, I love you, but like you said, I have to keep my distance from you because if I don't, then it's going to be a bigger problem.
Oh,
So
did you learn that? Did you learn that? Oh
yeah, I
no.
learned that.
No, it's very interesting because this is the same person who swore up and down was like, you didn't care about me because you stopped talking to me and you did it. And I was like, no, you can love somebody, right?
From
And
a distance.
back up, right, from a distance because
Yep.
it's just too much going on. Close
Right.
up. You know what I mean? It doesn't
And that's,
necessarily mean just because you remove yourself
and
that you
that's
don't
why you
love
still on level 6.
the
Keep talking. You will never get to level 7. Keep
Oh
talking. Keep
Lord, here we go.
talking.
See, people gotta Here we go. That's funny. That is funny. Hey, Darwin. Me and my husband got this ongoing thing about we knew we love each other. There's a simple question. And then he asked me if I broke both of my arms and I couldn't use the bathroom and I needed somebody to help me. Would you help me? Would you assist me? And I said, yeah, you can't help yourself. And I said, would you do the same for me? He was like, yeah, I would. Who wants to stink and have all that on them? And that's when we knew in that moment.
Better go
Because
get in the
y'all had the
shower.
same fetish. That's what that sounds like to me. Y'all got the same.
You better go get in the
That's what
shower
we
and let
knew
that
in that
water drip
moment.
down
We
your ass
down for
crack
each
and get
other.
that shit
We
up out
can
your
afford a bidet. We got a bidet. We can afford a bidet and a CNA.
that sprinkler get that shit up out your ass. I'm not doing it.
All right.
I invest in one of them toilets.
Oh, you will. Nina says we live in a time where people dealt with 50, 11 to sometimes 100 plus people before they married. At that point, their patience,
Bodies.
understanding, and willingness to compromise is often impaired. And I it's definitely affected.
That's a good point.
I believe that. Yeah, I
I
believe that.
can see that.
50, come on now. 50 is a lot. Do we really think
Hey,
the average
it
person is
happens.
sleeping with 50?
Yeah, most people don't. Most
The
people.
average person is not sleeping with
No,
no 50.
hold on, time out. Hold on. Now, is she do she mean?
I don't know
Because
if she
it
means
depends. It depends because she could mean like if you have a conversation with someone, like say you at a bar and a dude approach you, have a nice conversation with him, and in that moment you're thinking like, am I going to pursue this? Am I going to give him my number or not? Is that dealing with somebody? Just because you didn't take it to the next level, I think that's still a relationship that you would nurture. It's the very beginning stage.
I think
that's like going to the grocery store and every man that tolerates you is starting a relationship.
By 50, 11, but I'm just saying.
I don't think she means sexually necessarily. I don't think
she means just dating, probably.
I think it just means talking and engaging. Some people, with the way things are now, and
you can date 50 people. That's
when she says dealt with, I think she means it could have just been talking on the phone.
Like giving somebody your number, that's a dealt with.
Right, but some women go out, some women and guys go out like every night. They go to the club like every night, like 5-6 times out the night, and they meet different women every night, and they talking, they build these conversations on the phone, they dating them
they inbox.
That sounds like a problem. That sounds like
it is. It definitely is.
What your name is?
It's a broke. You be broke too.
My name is so and so.
I used to go like 3 to 4 dates a week.
But even let's say 10 people. Let's say, and I don't mean necessarily sex, but just 10 people that you've been dealing with or that you have dealt with, whether it lasted 3 months or 3 years or whatever. Usually people carry, unless they address it, they carry some type of baggage on to the next relationship. And so I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of times when flaws start to pop up, they don't have a lot of tolerance. They're afraid of being hurt. Sometimes they have issues with forgiveness. Sometimes they themselves have to understand that just like they want forgiveness, other people do it, right? So it's like, I just think there are a lot of internal issues. And I think what Nina is saying is very relevant. A lot of people carry, whether it's 50 or 5, like a lot of people carry on that baggage.
And you know what? They have no choice, because what you go through, what you experience, that's what makes you who you are, right? It put those defense mechanisms up.
Yeah, it's
like,
part
of
it. Yeah.
Something the next time, you're going to be like looking for that, because you don't want it to happen again. You don't want to go through that again. So sometimes, even when it's not about to happen, but you get a little instinct that, you know what, the last dude I talked to, he kind of looked like you. Like I know women who have broken up with a person because they grew their beard out and they look like an ex. You know, like oh, you look like my ex, and like they didn't know it until like they had that deep conversation. Like, so what happened? No, you grew that beard, and I told you don't grow it, but when you grew it, I just couldn't really, that like the sex had went down and stuff like that, and that's because of what she went through. So your past relationships and what dealing with people that does impair you. So
yeah.
And then you have people who deal with like these multiple friendships or family relationships. Then by the time they get to you, they might be exhausted because they come from this, off the chain friend group or family, and they might have seen some certain things in their home.
That's tough right there.
And they just, they just like, okay, I ain't even got the patience. Like, you need to, Raven's favorite phrase, you need to come to the table with no drama, and it's just not realistic, and I think that's kind of what we're talking about here. Like, it's just not realistic. Some people gonna have their flaws and imperfections. That's just what it is.
Right. All right, y'all. I want to open up the phones for anyone who wants to chime in on this topic. Call in at 574-943-5971. And I want to go ahead and read some of the comments. It says, thank y'all, actually, everyone, thank you all for sticking around with us in the ladies' room. We appreciate you. And Dara says it takes some maturity. Indigo Light says, actually, no, I'm sorry, that's not Indigo Light. Nina was responding to our question about what she meant in terms of dealt with. She said it could be sexual or not. And then she said, this is kind of scary to me. This is a whole other topic. But she says it could mean sexually, but sexually is not hard. For example, if you date 2 men a year for 6 months each from age 15, that's 30 men that you've had sex with.
Who's doing that?
And that is
hey, that ain't got nothing to do with at this point, that ain't got nothing to do with the other person. That's got something to do with that person.
Right.
Like, why? I mean, I'm just
30
saying.
size, 30 bad experience. No,
starting at 15.
Exactly.
But my mom, you ain't got to sleep with every boyfriend you have now.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
Like
what
you
I'm
started at
thinking, too.
15, sleeping
But
with
you know
two
what?
people.
I'm
Well,
a,
if
And what if
Everybody at the age
you
15.
for 5
My daughter
years?
ain't dating at the age 15.
but hey, in Nina's defense, because I know down here in the South, like a lot of us are taught, you ain't looking for a relationship or a boyfriend. You looking for a husband. Like you looking for somebody who's gonna treat you X, Y, and Z. That was ingrained in me from like 15, 16. Yeah,
Yeah, but
lady.
if that's what
All
you're
this
thinking, are you
patriarchal stuff
I
that we've talked about before. Say that again, Ashley.
but if that's ingrained in you, that doesn't mean you're having sex with every
Well,
boyfriend you have, is it?
well, maybe they just
No,
searching.
there's
Like
some
maybe they don't know.
we on
They
Live
out there
Nation
boning.
talking about forgiveness. He said he cheated on his wife. She was not happy, but she forgave him, and they still married to this day. I just want you to know we on Live Nation. She definitely cheated back. Congratulations on
Oh,
y'all married.
No.
no, I wouldn't say definitely.
I
All
just
right.
don't think maybe the comment section is the best place to disclose that information. You know, like maybe some decorum.
Right.
Yeah.
Let her see this comment section again. She's gonna be mad all over again.
Maybe she's
She
Right.
definitely got
Let her
some
mama
payback.
didn't know. Let her
I don't
mama
know-
know.
Maybe they went
I
to
don't know what
therapy and
payback.
they worked through it. And
I don't know
maybe
what
it's a
payback
thing of the
looks to her,
past.
but she got some payback.
I don't know why my bank account keep coming up short. I don't know what's going on.
all right, y'all. We gotta move
Got some
on.
purses tucked away in her trunk.
All right, we gotta move on to the next topic. This is my favorite topic that I know, some of the fellas are not gonna be happy with. But the topic is men who ask for peace and raise hell. All right. We hear a lot of times men, especially black men, talking about how women should be their
Hey.
peace. And I understand it and I agree. I think your wife should be your peace. You should be able to come home and she's not yelling at you, talking down to you, she should be your peace. You should really be peace among everybody that you're around. Personally, that's what I think. But I also think men have to realize that you got to bring some peace yourself and not raise hell. And so there are a lot of men out here who are asking for women who bring peace, but they're raising hell in different ways. They're hard to talk to.
They kill me with these catchphrases.
So before we start, ladies, I just want to define peace before we get into this conversation from a man's perspective. So when a man asks for peace, he's asking for you to shut the fuck up.
Basically, which means that sometimes
we
he's
just talked about this.
Thank you. Don't give me a reason. How about we don't give me a reason?
Shut the fuck up. Let me get away with whatever I got to do. You go deal with it by yourself, but don't say nothing to me about it.
Y'all, let me finish my introduction. Jesus.
Okay.
So let me finish my introduction. So basically, there are men out here who are asking for women to bring peace, but they are hard to get along with. They got to be right. They don't listen. They talk over you. They want to be heard, but they never let you get a word out. They go from 0 to 100. They cheat. They lie. They don't follow up on what they say they're going to do. They, in general, are raising hell in their relationships. And we want to talk about that tonight. So now y'all can go off. Go ahead.
So y'all got the definition, right?
So
I mean, unless a man married a woman that's a hen-pecking woman, like I said last time, if you picked her and she was a nagging, hen-pecking, then you knew what you got when you asked her to marry you because she was always a nagging, hen-pecking ass bitch. So, hey man, it is what it is. That's the girl you like. Hey man, she ain't changed. However, if she is nagging about things that you have said you were going to do, whether you agreed to do it today or next month, and she's reminding you and you brushing her off, at this point, it's a dance. Now, because it could turn into nagging. It could turn into, because I've seen women, well, I would do it, but my husband ain't gonna do X, Y, and Z, and it turns into that. But it's a dance of resentment and dismissal. If I bring my qualms to you and you say you're gonna get to it, and then you never get to it, here we are. You think you're raising hell. So it just depends on what it is. But like I said, if you marry a woman that's like that already, then take that up with the Lord. I understand.
I love these catchphrases. Be his peace, be his peace, be his peace. And again, I'm gonna go with my own catchphrase: manage your expectations, bro. Like, you have no peace. Like, if you can't be peaceful to yourself, because to me, if you're inconsistent in a relationship, if you cannot do something that your partner, your spouse, whomever has asked you repeatedly over and over again to do, if you are always dibbling and dabbling in the world of infidelity, and that's always an issue, then who really raising hell and not peaceful? Sounds like you're living an unpeaceful life. And as I tell people all the time, sometimes you get back what you put out. So if you're living chaotic, then expect some chaos in your life from yourself and other people who have to be exposed to that. That's it. People, if you want that to change, and the men that I'm talking to, they know who they are. Be the change you want to see. If you want peace in your house, live a peaceful life. Stop getting in the street living chaotic. Period.
Yeah.
Stop being inconsistent with what you signed up for. Again, going back to the vows and how it's a contract. This is what you signed up for. You asked her, or y'all agreed, or whatever you did. You went out and got a ring. Nobody begged you to do that. You knew what you were getting into when you got into it. So my whole thing is this: if you don't want chaos in your home, if you don't want, raising hell, if you want peace, then exhibit peace, show peace, act like peace. All these things are verbs. Like, be what you want to see in your life, and stop putting that on somebody else. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's it. That's just like happiness. Oh, my husband or my wife, they need to make me happy. They can be a part of that, but initially that's your job. And peace is the same thing. That's your job. So when you out here living chaotic, don't be expecting I need you to be my peace, but you living like you raising hell. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, for real?
What do you think, Cannon?
Don't do that.
I have a lot to say about it too.
No, I was gonna say, I just think it's so many people that don't want to take responsibility for their choices, their behavior, their lives. So they just like to blame the other people, and specifically like to blame their partners or their lack thereof, or their partners. But it's real easy to, just like I said, look, instead of looking in the mirror and looking back at the things that you're doing that's creating certain things, it's a lot easier just to be like, well, you're doing this and you're doing that, but not looking at the things that you're doing that cultivated that situation. And I think that specifically happens in this context when we are talking about men who say that. Because my question becomes, when you like, what are the things that are happening that are not being peaceful? I need to know the details. What are the complaints? What are the things that's being, like, that's never the discussion. The discussion is always like, you need to be my peace when I come home. Why is it not peaceful? What is the complaints about? Like Miss Jovo said, is it complaints about you not coming home on time when you said you was? Is it complaints about infidelity? Is it complaints about you not helping with the children? Is it other complaints about you not doing the things that you said you were going to do? So, like, what are the complaints? Like, I need to understand what is the hell that's being raised when you come in the house. And we have to look at the entire picture, right? We've already had a gang of conversations. We read so many articles and seen so many things that have stated how women, not only in 2022, that women have to go out and work, be breadwinners, be 50-50, whatever it is, financially, bringing money in the house, just like the man is, right? Because my whole thing is, this whole concept kind of comes from a place, first of all, like I said, it's a white place that's never happened in black spaces. So I don't know why we keep attributing it to black people, but let's talk about from the white space. That idea still comes from a white space, that the man goes out into the world and he's tackling the world. He's going to this job. He's working hard for you so he can bring home the money, so he can take care of the household, so that you can then take it and be in the household and take care of the children, do all that stuff. So you want to be peaceful for him so that he can continue to go out the next day and do those same things again. But in 2022, and also in black households, what we're ignoring is that women are out doing the same things that the men are doing, the exact same thing, facing the exact same things, the exact same headaches or whatever. And what I find interesting is that even if you think back to how just some older school stuff where to be like, don't mess with daddy, leave daddy alone. Daddy just came in from work. Daddy tired. Don't nobody be doing that for mama. Mama just went to work. All that she did the same thing. Nobody tiptoeing around like, don't mess with mama. They all like, mama, I need, I want, right? So the thing
Right.
is,
You hide in the bathroom.
right, like, so we do have to understand that women are doing the same exact things you are, coming home, and then you still have this expectation in your mind that they're supposed to take care of all of the household stuff, take care of most of the stuff with the kids. All you gotta do is go to work, come in and play with some kids sometimes, maybe do a look some around the house every now and again, and then be mad somebody beat my peace. Like, it's not making any sense. It's like, no, like, you need to step up and be an equal partner. And if people learn how to just be equal partners, then you wouldn't have to be complaining about that. I just feel like if that's something you're constantly complaining about, then you do have to look at your part in it, because you definitely play a part in it. That's not to say in every single situation, because you do have some people that are just ridiculous. And that goes for males and females, but that's not most people. So if you find yourself in a situation where you're not getting peace at home and all this other stuff, then you need to start looking in the mirror and seeing what you can do in that home to make it more peaceful, period. Instead of just putting that responsibility on a woman just because you think that's her job. Like, it's not fair. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's just a lack of accountability, right? For men, right? A lot of men, they always say things like, she won't let me be a leader. She won't do this. I can't get peace in my home. She's this, she's that, right? But what I observe, women give men that leadership role before they even earn it, and they take it away when they abuse it. So when they abuse it, when men abuse that leadership role and the woman no longer following them or listening, or like you say, not giving him his peace, a man don't know how to regain that trust from a woman. They're not willing to work for it or go through those steps to get it back for her to to trust him or follow him, or just give him a easier time. So they're gonna, and instead they make it harder for the woman. So if you're making it harder for the woman, of course the woman is not going to be easier to deal with. She's gonna give you hell, because you first of all, you messed up. You're not taking accountability and making things better. You're not taking those necessary steps, and now you want her to just forget about it. Like, no, that's not how feelings work. She just can't forget about it. It's things that you have to do, and she's never going to forget about it. But it's things that you have to do to make her trust you again, to just let it go. It's just not like, oh, just shut up, just give my peace because I'm the man. Like, I deserve this. You don't deserve me. You have to earn respect. You have to earn peace. You have to be that leader that you're supposed to be and cultivate that peace in your home. If you want peace, you know how to get it. It's just a lot of men don't want to take those necessary steps. They don't want to put that ego to the side. They don't want to put that pride to the side and do what they have to do to get that peace. They just want a woman to do all the work. They want the woman to put her feelings to the back burner and just give the man what he's demanding, and he didn't even earn it. So I think that's a big reason for it. And it's just sad to see. I see it a lot. I'm just glad I don't do that, because my wife would be a devil if I did all of that shit.
I think that some people, it's a lot of folks who like titles, and they like people to reverence them in a certain way, because you're the man in a relationship. Now all of a sudden you're the king, you're the leader, you're all these different things. Yet your behavior says something else. And then when you call them out on it, it's now she being what are these terms we hear? She's not submissive, she's not cooperative, she's difficult. But when you go to work every week and payday comes and you don't get paid, you're gonna hold your employer accountable for not paying you timely and paying you your wages as described in the agreement that you signed when you got a job with them. So it's the same thing going back to marriage, as this covenant and this contract. When you are a partner and you do not hold your end of the bargain, it is well within your other partner's right to hold you accountable. Okay. And all of this, I got another post-it for tonight. My other favorite phrase: all behavior is a choice. You can't be sitting up here telling folks, well, because my wife don't do this and my husband do this, that I'm out in the street and I'm doing this. You chose to do that. It's a choice. It's a choice. So when you choose to do certain things, you have to understand that there are going to be some consequences to your actions. So when you choose to do certain things, people who care about you and love you and have an agreement or a covenant with you, they're going to hold you accountable for your behavior. Point blank.
Ask them
And
this
if they
question.
don't,
You know what?
all this stuff just grows, and all this resentment and all this toxicity that we see. And then if she ain't being my peace. No, you're not taking responsibility for your behavior, sir.
I think women should start asking these men, why do you have a better relationship with your homeboy than you do me? And start analyzing that. Because it's very suspect that these guys trust their homeboys more. They give their homeboys more leeway. They let them get away with more things than they let their wife get away with. And I don't understand why is that happening. Was the disconnect that you would do more for your homeboy than your wife. You would let your homeboy get away with more.
Bros before hoes, man.
That code is kind of suspect to me. Y'all
well,
know what's suspect.
It ain't suspect. It ain't suspect because, see, around the bros, I don't have to take accountability for what I do. People just letting me be. And see, I tell clients this all the time. People who gassing you up to do things that are not adding value to your life, and they just steady gassing you up. These people for the streets. They ain't for you. You are pure entertainment for them. Entertainment. And probably if you got a dude in that situation, most of the guys he dealing with, they are entertainment. I don't want to say clowns.
They all doing the same
but
thing.
They pitch the tent and he the clown that come perform at the circus.
And they all have the same problem.
Exactly. Then he go home, I want my piece. You've been performing at the circus. You in the streets. You ain't taking accountability.
I was watching one of the shows that actually I was on the show on one of these podcasts. I was on the show, and a very interesting individual was kind of trying to preach to me, saying that I didn't hold my friend accountable, and men hold men accountable, and that in their relationships. But I was like thinking to myself, like, wait a minute,
hold on, pause. Ashley, he said men hold each other.
I remember that. I remember that just as plain as day.
Yeah, and so it's like, wait a minute, if all your discussions are, man, she tripping, or the barbershop talk that y'all always say, do solutions ever come out of this, or is it always, oh man, the women this, the women that? And I have an inclination that it's the latter, right? And so it's like, and to be fair with the fellas, there are some women out here who are just very difficult women, right? And those are women that you don't need to be with, right?
True.
Especially if you're a man that has a lot going for yourself, you're attractive, you got a good personality, you need to not be with those women, right?
Nope.
And most men are not going, if they have better options, they're not going to sit around with a woman who is truly combative and not fair and not self-reflective and mean and, got a lot of grudges, got some emotional issues. Most men, they might put up with it for a little bit, but if they have some options, they're going to be out, right? So most situations, I don't believe, contrary to what a lot of Black men are saying, that all these Black women are out here just, lacking peace. I think the problem is that people in relationships are pointing, not being self-reflective. I think a lot of times men, like Nina in the chat was saying, they have not been taught to sustain relationships. They've been taught to get the woman, right? They haven't been taught certain things to help sustain the relationship. And a lot of times the onus is on us. It's always on us to do certain things,
It'd be a trip too.
For men, they don't have to do that. They don't have to do it with their homeboys. They don't have to. So when they have to do it with us in the house, it's like, wait a minute.
They get a headache. They get a headache when they have to do it.
And and this is why in that same conversation they were talking about how women should not share their relationships with other women. And I agree with that. But here's the problem. I think so men are so amped up about that not happening is because they want to isolate you. They want to isolate you so
It's
you
manipulation.
continue to stay in this toxic relationship or situation that benefits them more than you. And that's why you got to keep your mouth shut. Don't tell this person and that person about how I really get down, because they start talking to you about how you need to do something a little different.
Yeah, and we also can't ignore how, at the end of the day, with the state of our community, when you look at dating ages and dating ranges and dateable and eligible people, they have the upper hand in our community for people who date Black. They do, especially if they have something going for themselves. They have the upper hand because we outnumber them in that arena, right? After death, after jail, after all of those things, we outnumber them in certain spaces. So if they have anything going for themselves as a man, then they actually have the upper hand. So if stuff is all jacked up and all the stuff that they're saying, it literally, like, you're setting the tone for that. Like, because you have the upper hand. Y'all are the ones making decisions. Like, we outnumber y'all, right? Like, as far as marriageable women versus marriageable men, we outnumber y'all. So y'all have the upper hand in that situation. So what are you really complaining about? Like, if you're doing all of this complaining, it's because you do lack accountability, but it still comes from just trying to gaslight, right? And you going overboard. Like, you trying to over get your way. Like, oh my God, like, you already got the upper hand. Calm down, chill out. Like, you just want everything. Like, you got to give something. Like, come on now.
So
that narcissism. I'm getting mad at you about being mad about something that I'm doing. But I don't want to talk about what I'm doing. I'm going to talk about why you mad about what I'm doing.
If the bar is in hell, then they already at the top.
It's crazy.
This is what I like to say. I like to say you are the C student in the class where everybody getting D's and F's for something.
Y'all see,
thank you so much. That's exactly what it is.
Y'all see me trying to say something. Y'all being very manly. Y'all being very masculine right now while I'm trying to talk. Y'all need to give me my peace right now. I'm trying to say something.
Lord.
All right.
we have to stop with our masculine energy. Let's stop.
But see, I can't even play like that. I have some of the toughest friends, and when they tell me some of the things, and I just be looking at them like, you can't handle your girl, bro. Dude, I know. Like, I'm talking about some of the toughest guys, some dudes that done some stuff, that been through some stuff, and they come to me with these. I'll be like, she too aggressive. She's not your piece. This little dainty woman, she. Like, dude, stop, man up. Like that's all. Man, us men need to just man up sometimes. Like, it don't even be, we make it more difficult than what it is. Most of the time, all we got to do is say sorry, I apologize, and sometimes get some flowers. But some of these guys, they just do the most because they feelings just be like, you know, and me sometimes too, I lose control and I don't do what I'm supposed to do all the time too. So that's how I'm very familiar with it. But at least I have the courage enough to say that I be messing up. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I need to listen to my wife. These dudes think they don't have to listen to their wife. They think it's just a one-way street when it's not. When you with somebody, it's not a one-way street. It's two people trying to get on the same page. And in order to do that, you have to listen and learn. And these dudes just think they got these narcissistic attitudes, they got these egos, and they don't want to listen. They want to rule women. They don't want to be in relationships. They just want to rule women. They think they want to take these. I think they want to. I think movies, these movies that they watching, how these kings used to live and how these white men do it. Like, you're not even in a position to do the things that you want to do. At least go get some money to do what you're trying to do. Most of the dudes that's trying to do what they want to do, they be broke. And I just be like, dude, she not going for that. You only make $10 an hour. She's not doing that. So stop it. Like, it's got to be a balance. You know, I talked about the balance for women, but I never talked about the balance for men. I talked about if you look good, you have big titties, this and that. You can get away with certain things. But for men, it's the same thing. If you make $10 an hour, you can't come over here telling a woman what to do. You better come like Ashley. He better come and fix your car. He better come and fix your sink. He better do all these things to balance it out, because you ain't doing the other things that you claim you're doing when it's about protecting and providing. You're really not providing, and you really ain't protecting either. Ain't no more. It's just crazy.
You bring up a great point, because I think a lot of these men forget that a lot of us are not our great grandmas and our grandmas. And I mean, I love my grandma and great grandma, but they ain't have a lot of options.
They want to be in that time.
The men rule based on like income levels and stuff like that. Like they grew up, they was in a whole nother time, and I'm quick to tell folks, look, you're not back in those
dudes
times.
Is learning from their fathers, who learned from their grandfathers, who learned from their fathers. So they passed this down, but they didn't change up nothing. They still tell, hey, don't let that woman do this. Well, why? You gonna let that woman do this in your house? Like The Color Purple, like dude. When he came in the house and started checking his son because she was doing
they harp on the single moms. They harp on the single moms, but don't nobody talk about granddaddy, uncle, brother, who got all these different families all across town. But then they reverence him to be a real man because he worked the same job for X amount of years and provided. Take responsibility for your behavior, like in this decade and century. Your uncle to live his life, and your granddaddy have too. They ain't got nothing to do with you being in the streets. You knew that didn't work for them, and it certainly doesn't work for you. So why are you? People be saying all types of stuff to deflect from taking personal responsibility for what they have brought into their own home, and then have the nerve to expect everybody at the house to be like, "Look, I'm going through something. I need my peace." You probably need peace because you tired of trying to control this household and that household and this girl and this homeboy and it's just.
And I was talking with my wife earlier today. I was talking to my wife earlier today about leaders and how we had leaders back in the day like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and I didn't say this, but I was thinking, I was like, we in uncharted territory right now with how women are acting and how women have had this power. They're working, they're gaining all this success. Back then, just imagine if Martin Luther King's wife was to give him hell about the women that he was supposedly been cheating with, right? Do you think Martin Luther King would have been still the same Martin Luther King today? I don't think so, right? So, like this patriotic society, I don't think it's ever going to change. It's never been a time where women were like had this voice. Not even back then. Even when we did have male leaders, black male leaders. They were real leaders, but not in the home. Like they were good civil rights leaders and stuff like that, politicians and stuff like that. But I've heard things. I don't know how true they are, but I never heard Martin Luther King's wife. She never had a platform to even do these things, right? Women didn't have platforms to even stand up and say they're getting treated bad or anything like that. But if they did,
there was a lot of misogyny in those movements.
Exactly. So my thing is this: what we're into right now is uncharted territory. Women don't know how to deal with it, and men don't know how to deal with it neither, right? And I'm not saying that women don't know how to deal with it like y'all doing something bad or anything. I just think since y'all do have this power now, y'all do have this voice, y'all do have this platform. I don't think the communication part is a little off because we're men, and the way y'all communicate, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's not being, because a lot of times when y'all say the truth that y'all saying and it be truth, men interpret it as something else. And I know sometimes they just try to gaslight you and they don't want to take accountability. But even with me, sometimes I be like, hold on, how you said that? It's kind of like, nah, you're not about to get through nobody with that. And it's not because of an ego thing. It's because sometimes when y'all say things, it's coming from a place of y'all trying to gain something. Y'all trying to gain this respect. Y'all trying to prove a point too. And it comes across a little, and not to say it's bad or anything,
Everybody
but
has to know how to speak to each other, being assertively but respectfully.
Yeah, this is uncharted territory for y'all too, and us. Like we having a harder time dealing with it though. Truth, we having a harder time dealing with it. That's why it's a spike. It's a spike in domestic violence and these women murders. So of course we're having a very hard time dealing with women empowerment. And
I want to say, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I think
And it's
that
right, and it's a good thing that y'all getting this, and y'all finally getting a voice and a platform to do these things. That's a good thing, I think, because I want my daughter to be in these positions where she don't have to depend on a man like my great grandmother had to do, and she don't have to do all the and be submissive to the point where she's being controlled, right? So it's a great thing. But I think since it's uncharted territory for both parties, I don't know how we can find a way to get to a more balanced society. I don't think me personally, I don't think we'll ever get to that.
Well,
But
I
that's
think
just me
that there
personally.
needs to be. I think that there needs to be. Again, I think Ms. Jovo may have mentioned it or said it. At the end of the day, people need to pay attention to what outcomes they're looking for and the behaviors that they're doing to get it. So I always compare it to when I talk about this misogyny, all that misogynoir,
Mhm.
this type of thing. I always talk and I compare it specifically to like racism, right? And how in certain spaces, white people will react. White people don't want to hear us saying nothing about racism. They feel the
Mm-hmm.
same way. They're like, "You said this to me? Oh my god!" Because it all goes back to that same thing that you kind of alluded to earlier when you're like, "Well, you're saying I'm a bad person," and it's like that's what happens a lot of times. I know when I have a lot of conversations, go like, "You're blaming. You're saying like nobody said any of that. I'm just letting you know what the what the
Right.
reality is. This is what's going on." But what I'm saying is that it's different because what incentive do white people have to do anything different? They really don't.
Yeah.
They really don't. I
Right.
mean, technically they should, because they don't understand sometimes that while they do have certain privileges, that the way that it's set up, that the civil rights movement helped them too, right? So the simple fact is a lot of them are poor too, a lot of them in bad situations. They don't understand that they stay in bad situations because of the fact that they still feel like they can lord over us. It's the same thing with our men. Our men
Yeah.
need to understand, you need to let go of that, like feeling like you can lord over us, and you understand you're getting hurt more. Like, stop. Like, you have a reason, you have an incentive to listen, to hear, to adjust, to do something different.
To be home team with a woman, like
Right,
like
correct.
that. And I don't understand like why they don't understand that these black men that are acting this way are the same are acting the same way that the white people of society is acting. Like even when the white men can't get their way after civil rights movement, they start lynching and killing blacks and like the Trayvon Martin, all that stuff. It's just the same thing that black men are doing now today when they can't get their way with women. They killing them. It's the same exact behavior, So I don't think, and I don't want to say like it is crazy because sometimes you get in that mindset when a mother tells like just don't say nothing to the police, just don't say nothing, and you want to tell women like, girl, just don't say nothing, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's the same thing that's enabling black people to move forward, right? And black women to move forward by telling them not to do anything because you want to save their life. So it's the same, like it's just crazy.
There is some interesting comments
Mhm.
in the chat. I wanted to speak on them really fast. It says here from Nina, she says men only tell 23% of the story in the barbershop. They all come in and say, my old lady tripping, and a few ask any further questions. And to be fair, many men don't know the true problems in their own relationship. Um, she also says it's interesting that men doing right by their women don't seek to isolate and keep their women silent about the relationship. I find that interesting too. We on lock. He says, if I'm mad, I'm out the house for a couple hours. Otherwise, I'm rearranging furniture. Got to let your spouse breathe. And we analyze the situation that they were in order for things to do better. And
Got to get your spouse a
um,
therapist to
I
learn how to manage their moods.
I think that could work though for some marriages.
Time and space.
Some women may not want their husband to just leave, right? But maybe if it's a certain time of the day, you say, look, I need some space, I need to go do this, I need to do that, and you as a woman might need that too. I think that could work for some situations. Now I can see that being problematic I can see that being problematic when you're getting into like an argument, you're having a disagreement, and you're just like, oh
Mhm.
man, I'm leaving, and you storming out. That to a lot of women I think feels neglectful. Like, man, you just leaving. That could feel like, oh, you just throwing in the towel, you just leaving. I don't. So it could be a little tricky, but I think that just kind of comes down to like you and your spouse and what works for you all. Would you all agree with that?
I mean, but what's moving furniture though? I mean, why are people so afraid to learn coping skills? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why people are.
You read my mind. I'm thinking the same thing. What is going on?
There's too many resources out here for people not to learn how to cope.
I don't think that is anything wrong with taking a step back or taking a break or whatever, but the problem comes into play when you never come back to actually resolve
exactly.
That's the problem. Like, the stuff has to be dealt with and resolved. It can't just be, well, okay, we just gonna stop talking about it and then just never even deal with it.
And I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. But how many times are we gonna keep using humor and avoidance as defense mechanisms to not deal with our individual internal issues? Like, seriously, we either laughing at our pain or we not talking about it at all. When we gonna start talking about it and dealing with it? Like, seriously, like, just because if you gonna move some furniture, that means you're gonna move me or the kids. And then I mean,
when you start moving physical things, then I'm like,
exactly. Like,
what happens when you can't walk out? What happens? God forbid we're somewhere where we can't leave the room.
Exactly. You need a coping skill.
Something like that.
Conflict and disagreement is inevitable. Exactly. It's inevitable.
Exactly.
Especially
it's gonna happen.
Be in these long-term relationships, especially if you're gonna be raising, handling bills, doing all of this stuff. There's going to be conflict. So you have to learn how to deal with the conflict, and just ignoring it or not want to talk about it, never want to deal with it is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. That's another reason why build up over years until there's nothing left in the relationship. Because you
or somebody blows up and then it's just a mess.
Yeah.
It might be a little weird. We have like a safe word. Like if we're arguing or something like that, and pineapple riled up. We got pineapple me, baby. Roll up because I can't need a moment right now. I can't take it. But the next morning, at least after or over breakfast or something like that, you know, I don't like how you talked to me yesterday.
I already made my mind up next time me and my wife get into a big argument.
We use I statements at my house. Like, the best way to really have some effective active listening, you have to sometimes lead with I, okay? Like, or when. Like, when this was said, okay, it made me feel or think.
Exactly.
And then just like
the faster you get to the vulnerable issue, the faster you can overcome whatever. If you're gonna dance around it, last week or tit for tat or insult each other, every step you take away from the actual vulnerable issue, it's gonna take longer to get back there. Every time
it's adding more. Yep, it's adding more to the situation. Yeah,
and as far as
think about what you said about my mama, even though the issue was the bills or whatever the case may be.
Exactly.
Instead of us just saying, look, you know, husband or wife, I feel like you're not taking my whatever seriously, or I feel like you're staying out too late at night, or in this situation, I feel like you're always avoiding the tough conversations. Your solution can't always be, I'm out of here for the next 2 hours, peace. Because I mean, the same.
Because everybody is searching for that instant gratification, right?
Exactly. That's what I was.
When they go to the barbershop and they act like they don't. For one, they know what happened. They know the problem. They know what they did. But when they go to the barbershop, they're not gonna say that, because if they do say that, they open it up themselves to being not the victim anymore, but the but they open themselves up for judgment, right? So they're gonna tell their friends like, oh, she did this, she did that, and they will say, why she do that? Oh, because she crazy. So now that's all their friends need to do to get in that Instagram. Well, she crazy. Yeah, you're right. You should have done that then, because that's all they want. They don't want a solution. They don't want to go to the barbershop for a solution. And if they do, that's the wrong place to go, because it's all the same people that's going through the same things you're going through that's got the same bad advice. You know, they getting their advice from their brother, their homeboy down the street. This and that. Ain't nobody going to counseling. Ain't nobody really sitting with their woman, really talking about these things. So what advice can a person at the barbershop really give me?
I got my office set up in the wrong place.
Ignorant people there, but
I need to go to some barbershops in Atlanta. I need to use the bathroom.
Nobody's going to the barbershop for no solutions. They're going to get instant gratification so they can feel better. You know, a pat on the back. Like that's the men's way of dealing with that. Like to get like some type of attitude readjustment. Like I'm feeling bad.
No, they want people to co-sign on their BS. Let's just
Yeah,
call it what it is.
So,
That's
And
what
so if
they
I get a few
do it.
co-signers, that means they ain't got to change nothing because y'all co-signed on this, and she just crazy and loud and not submissive and not cooperative.
That's
Right.
where
And
the
then
whole
if it's
what
not
one
the
woman do.
barbershop, then it is another woman, right? And it's like,
Exactly.
oh, she crazy. I don't know why she's treating me like this. I'm such
That
a good
part.
man, right?
That's why you hear them say what one woman do, another woman will, and that really only applies to sex. Because if a woman say, "Well, you can't pay the bill, so I'm gonna get another man to do it," oh, you supposed to hold me down, all this other stuff. But when it comes to their needs, all of a sudden, if their friends are not going to hold them accountable, it becomes, oh, well, you can get another woman to do it. You a high value man, exercise your options. What she thought was going to happen, all these things instead of the same thing. Hold her down, bro.
Let me find out I need to go on and set up shop in like the storage room with the shampoo and stuff at. You need some help? I know what bro out there told you, but let's talk about it.
They don't need therapy.
Anybody about to talk to you, Miss
They need
Joe?
submission.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's so true. I was actually watching a podcast. I saw the very, very beginning of it. And the guy, one of the ladies was talking about how women naturally want men who can provide, and we're willing to work. And there are women who go out and work and we want to bring home money too. And she said, we're willing to work with them. And the guy stops her and he's like, we don't want y'all to work with us. We want y'all to follow us. And you know me, I believe that the man should be the head of the household. But I think, unfortunately, there are so many men who are not understanding what that means. And it's like,
Oh my God.
and what does follow you mean? And why is everything about following you? It's like they're so concerned with being in back of them that they're not missing what really works in relationships. And it's not
Because
all
they
about
feel powerless in the larger society.
We know that. And so it's like at some point they got to kind of look at that and stop trying to make us, because here's the thing, because he was advocating for 30 grand a year. Why you can't be happy with a man that makes 30 grand a year? Why he got to make more than that? And so she's like, and he's like, you guys just got to be willing to follow. And I'm just kind of like, well, where are we going? Where are we going? And then let's talk about this in a practical sense. Like outside, like, okay, you bring it home 30 grand a year. Okay, that's fine. But what does that mean for the relationship? That means I'm going out and I'm working. I'm coming home and I still have all of these responsibilities and duties and tasks and things that I think about that you don't even have to think about. And so it's like, but now you're saying follow you. So it's like, practically, what does that mean? And I don't think they can tell you that.
It's a facade.
So
people follow Jim Jones and David Koresh too. They follow them to the ends of the earth. It's a facade.
It's all about just like feeding this ego. Because I'm like, if you were to practically state what it means to follow you, what does that mean? Because you coming home, you sitting on the couch, you tired from your 30 grand a year job, they work you to death, and you're satisfied making 30 grand a year. And you think I'm crazy for wanting a man to make more than that. So I'm not following you with career aspirations. What am I following you with?
That is absolutely the exact thing, right? Because at the end of the day, it starts with accountability. And all you're hearing in all these conversations is a total lack of taking accountability, but yelling about people following them and being leaders. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't be non-accountable yourself. Like, the first place, if you want anybody to do anything, first of all, like, I think somebody said you have to, I think you said it, Ashley, you have to earn this stuff. Nobody gives it to you.
Exactly.
And you don't want to do the work to earn it. And I wish Freezy was still out here in the chat somewhere, because it was my man Freezy on Juana Chica's show the other day.
Oh Lord.
Y'all ain't gonna follow anyway.
No, right. Illustrated my point exactly for what I'm talking about, right? We were having a really good conversation. I thought we had got to a really good place. We had broke it down like leadership, this, that, and the other. And they was like, yeah, we agree. And then his next question out his mouth was, okay, but if us men step up and be leaders, are the women gonna follow? I'm not following that shit. Why did you just say that? Nothing about that sounds like anything that inspires anything, any kind of confidence in me to be like, yeah. It's like you want the rewards and you want the spoils of the work without doing the work first. Like, what are you talking about?
The perfect example. It's like working.
That's just like me being like, this is like me having my baby and then being like, now, baby, if I raise you, are you going, turn out good? And I don't think you still got a responsibility. You accountable. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Like, what am I trying to get some reassurance whether or not my kid gonna turn out good before I be a good parent? That makes no sense.
It's like working a job where your team lead is more of a supervisor than the actual supervisor, but then the supervisor get mad because ain't nobody following they lead. You ain't no lead. You just got a title.
Yeah. Well, I want to.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I have a friend. I'm gonna close this out. I have a friend of mine who, well, he's like an acquaintance. We, we have a developing friendship. I'll say that. And he talks about.
I should. We ain't gonna stop till we marry Ashley off. No, I'm just.
Darwin is hilarious. He been quiet all the time. But anyway, so he talks a lot about how, because he's not much of a traditionalist. And I like gender roles. I respect gender roles. I think there's a place for that. I just think men have to know their part in this whole submission conversation. That's me personally. But he was saying how he's not a traditionalist. And he's just like, he just likes the idea of men and women knowing how to relate to each other. And he talks about how, like, other countries, which is very true. You go to other countries, men know how to cook, clean, and wash and do laundry. And that's a way of life, and he talks about that. But he also talks about how some people in other cultures focus on getting along, communicating, forgiving, doing right by people. It's not about following and leading
and control.
It's like, when can we talk? Because here's the thing: a lot of women want to follow. We want to follow, but then we start to realize, this man, I'm following this dude, and he ain't doing what he's supposed to do. He don't tell the truth. He don't know what he want to do. He making his mind. He's changing his mind every other year. He's not consistent. He doesn't listen to anything that I have to say. He looked over what my needs are. So I'm following and I'm cooperating with who?
It's like you just giving them their way. Then, like I
said, they follow
any work.
They follow Jim Jones and David Koresh.
So I like that he talks about, like, relationship. It's not just about like who follows and who's in charge. It's about how you treat the person that you're living life with. How you.
Yeah, and it's like, and especially if you're like in a marriage where you're talking about being in a family and things like that. Yeah, what type of husband and father are you? What type of accountability do you have? What are your values?
Exactly.
What are you doing? And a lot of times the proof is in the pudding. So, like, what are you even discussing? Like, it's like, regardless to what I do, you should still be who you're gonna be. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me? Like,
that's it right now.
If you have this value system where you are taking responsibility for what you feel like you're supposed to take responsibility for as a man, as a father, as a husband, as whatever, that don't got nothing to do with me. How I'm gonna change who you choose to be? That
right. I don't need a woman's permission to be a leader. A woman can't. She won't let me be a leader. No, I'm gonna be a leader regardless. She gonna follow or she not gonna follow. If she don't follow, then that's on her. But I'm gonna be a leader. So that's all I can be.
This is why y'all my friends, because I know y'all will hold me accountable. If I start acting off the chain as a wife, y'all gonna be like, look, Jovo, hold on. Because you're wrong. And see, the problem is you got all these people around here divorcing and can't keep a relationship or even make it to date 3 to save their life because they are behaving in a conditional way. I'm only gonna do X, Y, and Z if they do X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile,
Right.
you wearing a facade. You saying you want to be a husband. Oh, I'm husband material, but you a husband only when it benefits you, or you a wife when it only benefits you. And then you want to call yourself, we need to make this work. I don't even know who you are to make this work. why?
You need to be a wife material. You need to be wife material all the time.
Yeah, I don't even know who you are to
all
make this
the
work.
time.
Yeah.
Cooking, cleaning.
Why can't people take vows and say, you know what, when we going through the rough times, I'm still gonna be a wife. And I tell people I take that part seriously. Even if we going through the rough times, I'm still gonna be a wife. That's what I'm gonna do.
But that's integrity, and so many people are lacking in
integrity.
Integrity is who are you when no one is looking.
Exactly.
So that has nothing to do with somebody else. Nothing.
Nope.
And so you sit here trying to prove
nobody
so bad, you're not who you say you are, because you wouldn't have to sit here trying to convince everybody so bad.
Exactly.
It would just be the reality.
Yeah. I really want to open up the phone lines. So for those of you who are listening and want to chime in, I'm sure some of the fellas do want to chime in. Call in 574-943-5971. We want to hear from you guys. All right. So I'm going to officially close the show, but we're going to do something a little different tonight and have like a bit of a, I don't know, what can we call this? Like a
after
dark or
after party.
I already got my drink.
Oh Lord.
That's why you've been wilding.
So go ahead and call in, chime in. I really, really want to hear from you guys about this topic. Men who ask for peace and raise hell. All right.
But you ain't hear what I said though, did you?
I want to ask a question to you specifically, Darwin. Okay, so earlier in the show, you said that Ashley wants to get something done. She should just keep her legs closed or whatever malarkey that was.
He said he'll get more if you keep your legs closed.
Yes. Okay, so why is it? Okay, so are we saying that all a woman needs to have is a coochie to bring to the relationship? Because it seems like if that's all I need to make you act right, then that's all I need to have in this relationship in general. So if all I got is a coochie, then you can't be looking at me loving and caring because you didn't want that. You wanted what was between my hamster, my penny hamster.
He wanted the one that's running away and he got to play catch and hide and go get and all that.
First
the thrill of the hunt, right, Darwin?
This wasn't relationship advice, right? This wasn't like to maintain. This wasn't on how to maintain. This wasn't advice for how to maintain a healthy relationship. Let me. This is not a healthy relationship. I'm a little bit ratchet and toxic. Okay, I just put that out there. So what I do know is when a man does more for a woman that he ain't screwing, that he's trying to screw, right? Because he's in a pursuit to screw. So he'll cater real tough and put this act on like he really cares. Take out his dates.
I was thinking that too. It sounds like you guys can't be trusted.
Yeah. So
are you
call it whatever you want to call it. But I'm talking about actions.
Are you husband material or are you a salesman selling me dreams? I mean,
yeah, it sounds like you're.
I think he's being honest. Like some men do that. Men will lie. They'll buy you flowers. They'll take you out.
And I was just messing with her because I know she's not that type of woman that will use a man anyway. So I know that's not her. I think that's not her. But I was just giving her advice. If she wants to go to the dark side,
she breaking these niggas.
If she want to come to the dark side, Ash, you come to the dark side.
Oh Lord!
And get that sink fixed, get your car fixed. As a matter of fact, get an upgrade, get a new car. Don't sell yourself short. Don't
put
sell
yourself short. On the hood.
Get a new car because these niggas is doing it. If they think they can get a taste of some coochie, they is doing a lot of stuff. I know this.
And that's why a lot of them ain't got no peace now because they keep leaving with their wallet.
That's on them.
That's why it's always going to be food for the streets.
He's saying if they're going to be a sucker, then they might as well get licked.
Exactly.
But also have to be careful with that.
Absolutely.
You know, they might be.
He come to your house and kill you.
Right. You know, because he's just a good guy. But
he'll say, yeah.
Yeah, that's the trade-off.
Right.
But you got that new Bentley sitting down. So that's why I say don't sell yourself short, because it's a risk factor. So
Somebody in the comments said bingo Darwin.
don't go get your
that's
car
Freezy.
fixed.
Freezy back in the chat.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, Freezy.
What's up, Freezy?
He must have missed me call him
Yeah.
out.
If you
Oh
want to
my
do this
God.
though, don't say it. Don't do it for like no little car part, like a little or oil change. Go and get that new car, because he might come after you, and you gonna need that motherfucker car to be working right to get away from his ass.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hey, I ain't all the way right, but when I'm right, I'm
Don't
right.
get him started.
When I'm right, I'm right. I'm trying to tell you.
Hey y'all, guess who we have on the line?
Who we got?
He coming for you, Cannon. Freezy's on the line.
Oh, Freezy back.
Lord.
Yes.
Hey.
All right, go ahead, Freezy. Say hey to everyone.
Hey, I want to say what's up to all the ladies and the gentlemen on the panel. How y'all doing tonight?
Hey,
What's up?
Freezy.
I told y'all I was gonna pull up on y'all.
You kept your word.
But,
What you got?
Mr. Darwin,
Yeah.
Mr. Darwin is cooking. Mr. Darwin is cooking right now. Let me tell y'all something. He's actually spent some jewels.
Oh Lord.
Hey,
What he's trying to convey, he's actually telling women. He's giving too much game. He's giving too much game to the women. But it's cool though, because I do it all the time. Okay, what he's conveying is he's showing the women how much power they actually have. You know, and I say this all the time. I know some women on the panel don't agree with this, but women do actually control the intimate part of the relationship. You know, before it even happens, women control sex. I believe this with all my heart. Let me tell you something. Women's value. Some women might not agree with this, especially the older women in their 50s. That's kind of over the hill, 50s and 60s, whatever. But women's value goes down the more sexual partners they encounter. So you got to, listen, you have to hold on to this power. You got to hold it. Listen, the power lies with the women. This is why I always preach married before you carry. This is why.
So are you saying that men like sexually inexperienced women? That's what men are clamoring to wife up sexually inexperienced women?
No, because if she can't do a blowjob, she's kicked to the left.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, they do.
so I'm about to agree with him a little bit to a certain extent. Women do that intimacy part, and I think it's because, and I'm speaking intimacy, not sex, intimacy, because we don't really care about intimacy as much as women care about it when it comes to sex, right? Intimacy, I think, is more of a romance. We cuddling, we talking, we getting to know each other sexually.
No, but I think he was talking about sex.
Yeah, he said he talking about.
Right, that's why I said I to a certain extent.
I was trying to be politically correct. Y'all know what I mean.
Trying to be clean. We in after dark.
Now, Freezy, I do have a question for you in that regard, Freezy, right? Because so many, I'm hearing this from so many men in these spaces all of a sudden. I'm a 38-year-old woman. And I've been dating probably since, my teenage years. That's never been my experience with men. So where are these men who are valuing chastity in women? That's never been my experience. Like
pause.
Okay, well,
pause. We gonna have to clear that, and you gotta let them know that your first orgasm was with me, though, right,
sir?
Okay, continue.
He took after dark for real. Okay.
Right.
That's perspective.
It did not say triple X. It did not say triple X.
It's perspective, though. Why you sitting there talking about some other stuff?
I just want Freezy to answer. Freezy, if this is the way that men feel in general about chaste women, why, in my experience as a woman dating and engaging with men, have I never experienced these men? Where are these men that value chaste women?
Well, let's examine
In Dubai.
now your question, right?
Okay.
Okay, if I'm gonna use myself, if I may, as an example.
Okay.
If I encounter a female, yes, it is. If I want a fun girl, it's a plus if she's experienced. It is a plus. I want to have fun. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm looking for a wife, right? If I'm looking for a wife, I'm looking for innocence. I'm looking for someone who I can teach new things to. Someone I can, lead to the promised land per se. Okay.
So you think that if a woman has sexual experience, then it puts you at a disadvantage for teaching her anything?
But I don't think he's saying, because most men, am I wrong, Freezy, to say most men don't really want virgins? They don't want whores. They don't want women who've been around, had a whole lot of sexual experience. But they don't necessarily want a virgin either.
In theory, men want a virgin, but when they get that woman that don't know how to satisfy them, it becomes a problem. So I think that it's not about how many sexual partners a woman has. It's all about, because a woman can be way more experienced sexually without having sex. I mean, it doesn't take because you. First of all,
I'm trying to figure out why innocence should be factored into wife material. Why? How are you grown looking for somebody innocent? Innocent is something I think about when you're 19, 20. Why are you like? How old are you? Aren't you like 35, 40? Are you looking for
crazy?
What?
This the thing. Okay, most men, if they could blink their eyes, and make a wife appear, she would be a virgin. They want to, but let's talk realistic. We know realistically, at certain ages, you're not going to encounter a lot of virgins in your 30s. You know what I'm saying? Even late 20s nowadays. It's, society is so sexually advanced.
Early teens.
Okay, so we this is very hypothetical.
Don't you think you should be a virgin if you're looking for virgins?
No. What?
You just say?
So a virgin should be looking for a man that's sexually experienced with who? Not virgins, obviously. You're not sexually experienced with virgins, so I should take my virgin self to marry you being sexually experienced.
Let's break it down. If I got a virgin, right? If I got a virgin, she has no experience with sex. It's almost like an open.
I didn't answer the question I asked.
Okay,
I asked, as a virgin, should I be going after a man that's having sexual experiences? Why would I do that?
Because you want to be pleased.
As a virgin.
No, I don't know what pleasure is as a virgin. I can have an orgasm and never lose my virginity. Next question.
This is where women are.
You're right.
That's what I'm saying. You know how many women have orgasms?
Hold on, Raven. Let him finish. I wanted to hear. I want to finish because I want to get to the end of this point.
Go ahead, Freezy.
This is where women get derailed. You're trying to equate women's sexual curve with a man's sexual curve, and it's not the same.
I just want consistency.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I wanted him to just finish this out because we have this conversation all the time. But my point, and I think he will probably agree with me, the point that I continue to make is that that's something that's stated in theory, which is fine, but it's not something that's being practiced. And it's something that women aren't practicing. It's men are not actively supporting that type of an environment. So you say that hypothetically, but that's not really something that you're supporting to do because you actually want to sleep with women that you're dating. And I mean, not to be too personal, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I know you just got married recently. Congratulations, sir. I'm just curious if you waited until you married your wife to have sex with her. And if you didn't, then I mean you're having sex with people that you're not married to, and then you're trying to shame them for having sex with you while you're not married to them. That's my only issue with the situation.
That's a great question. I mean, you asked a great question, and I'm not afraid to answer that.
Okay.
I'm very transparent. So when I first met my wife, we have a different type of situation. I think I disclosed this before. I'm a caregiver as well. I take care of my mom. She has multiple sclerosis.
Okay.
So I met my wife in probably I think about 17 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not easy being a caregiver and maintaining a committed relationship at the same time because she has wants and needs as well.
I understand. I definitely understand that.
When we first met in my immaturity, right? Because I haven't, like I disclosed on one is kind of the other day, I have not always had my head on my shoulders. Yeah,
Right.
when I first met her, actually I practiced abstinence with her for about 6 months because I wanted to show her that, hey, I don't want to just I don't want you to feel like you're just a piece of meat. So, but we did end up having sex after 6 months, but after a while, when we came into our faith that we have now, we both agreed that we were going to stop having sex. And I know it sounds ass backwards, but this is what we did. We stopped having sex for, I'm going to say, about 2 years, and until we got married. Because
no, I don't have a problem with that, right? And like that's your personal like decision and choice, and that don't even sound backwards to me. Like that sounds like a fine journey. But the thing is, y'all still had sex prior to that, and y'all were sexually active. So what I'm saying is, I just think that it's kind of hypocritical for men to be running around here talking about we want women who are chaste and this and that, but you're still sleeping with women consistently. Like you sleep with every woman that you date.
This is the thing. Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. Because I came into my faith, and because I have my head on straight and I see clearly, this is why I preach the message to women. I'm very protective of women. I know a lot of women think I'm being hypocritical. I'm just joking when I say that. No, I'm very.
So the thing is, she don't want you to teach. She don't want you to preach that message to women. She wants you to preach that message to men.
Yeah.
So because men are the ones that's preying on the women to have sex and convincing these women to have sex. So it's no good to tell women like, yeah, because guess what? Their mothers and fathers tell them that growing up, like don't have sex with men. Fathers shield their daughters from having sex. They don't want them to have sex. So women are taught that. But it's the men who find ways to manipulate women, find out when they're vulnerable to have sex with them. So in return, when you cultivate that type of environment, you cannot in return say, I want a virgin, when all the men are making these women not virgins because they manipulated them to get them in the draws at a very young age. At that, we need to point that out, is at a very young age when their minds are not fully developed and where they're making the dumbest mistakes. So it's not like we're talking about some 30-year-olds that's freaking 30-year-old virgins. No, we're talking about men that's having sex with 14, 15, 16-year-old women that's not really equipped to handle these type of decisions and that men are preying on. And sometimes these men are older than these women. Most of the time, they're older than these women. So then in return, you shame these young women that you have manipulated and say, well, you're not valued the same. When you're the one who devalued them. That's not right.
And Freezy, I like that you strongly encourage, abstinence amongst women. I used to preach that message all the time, and I practiced it, for a long time. And so I strongly encourage that. But you got to also recognize the climate. For me, I'll speak for myself. There were men who were willing to wait, but then you said yourself, Darn was giving too much game. You said, oh, he giving too much game, telling the fact that men are going to do this and do that. They might not even really want you, but they're going to do all these things to get your panties. And so it's like,
right.
It's like we got to teach the girls, but then at one point, do we teach the boys to also have some sexual discretion and not be so manipulative with women and not be so insincere with women when it comes to sex?
And to clear the error, I don't practice abstinence. I don't think you should wait to. I need to have sex with the person I'm about to marry first before I marry them. Point blank. I'm not doing all of that. I need to know there's about to be some good stuff because I'm about to be with you for the rest of my life, and I'm not about to risk freaking on no dry coochie for the rest of my life. It's just not about to happen. Because sometimes the coochie ain't acting right, and all the time it ain't got nothing to do with the men. I know women always want to say it's because you ain't stimulated. Nah, your coochie can be malfunction, just like dudes dingling can have erectile dysfunction too. So
She just need to see a doctor. We get it. She just need to see a doctor.
But
go ahead, let Freezy talk. Go ahead.
I put my phone on speakerphone because I'm doing something. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So what you said, Mr. Darwin, from man to man, I get it. But let's just call a spade a spade. You're being selfish. You being selfish about your own sexual wants. It's not about you. When you're talking about a union, right? You also have to take into account of her feelings and her well-being as well. We know you want to. We know. Listen, we know you want to test the waters. You know, you want to see how she.
I want to test it too. I need to know too.
Thank you. You think women don't want to have sex? I'm so confused. And y'all don't want the fun girl to marry so you can sleep?
Wait.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Let me finish. Like I said, I understand what he's saying, but listen, let's break down the psychology of men, right? I can preach to men all day long. Listen, bros, stop trying to get into these women's pants. Keep your DICK in your pants. I can say this all day, right? So what I'm trying to tell y'all is this, is that, and I said this the other day, those same whorish men that we're talking about, right? If a woman encounter, and this is why I was going to say cammed up, but this is why I called in. Listen, the reason why I called in is because Mr. Darwin was on point. He was on point because those same whorish men, right? They will respect a woman more for turning him down. They will value this woman more when she says, no, I'm not doing that. So guess what? He's going to treat her way different than that woman that gave it up. She's going to become more of a challenge. And hold on, I know somebody wants to intervene, but I'm about to cook. Okay, I'm about to cook. So listen, when it comes to, let's talk about modesty, right? When it comes to modesty, it's expected primarily more in women. This is not only a standard ideology and religion, but in most societies, you don't hear people telling the men to cover their upper and lower bodies when they go out in public. But it's stressed to women because they're looked upon as more vulnerable and precious human beings. Let's take a situation like we're in Daytona or Miami Beach, right? Where you got a lot of men and a lot of women. We know what happens in places like these. Men go to grabbing, they go to getting sexually obscene, right? But let's take this scenario. Immodest or versus the modest woman. Listen, I'm telling women to have a sense of identity, that they deserve better than what they've been getting. The woman that's dressed modest will get treated in Daytona or Miami Beach with way more respect. These dudes will not touch her. They will walk by her and they won't even think about disrespecting this girl. But the woman that's being very revealing and the way she's dressed is speaking, yes, come F-U-C-K me. Yes, I will give it up. Yes, I'm about that life. She's more prone to get disrespected. So listen, I'm just telling women they deserve better. Talking in these spaces, women don't even understand their power because I get so much pushback. A woman's virginity is her power. Now I know that most women my age aren't virgins, but what I'm looking for in a woman, even if she's not a virgin, is a woman that respects herself. What's wrong?
Yes. Now, Freezy.
So that's it. That's all.
Hold on. Freezy, I like everything that you just said, right? Like, I like everything that you just said because it's very accurate in the sense that we do put the onus for sexual responsibility on women in so many cultures. But you're just saying that because that's the reality, just like the reality is racism exists. And we put the onus on black people not getting abused on black people. Yeah, we do a lot of ass backwards stuff that we've been doing. We do that. Right. That is what happens. I agree, right? But there's a couple things. When we have statistics that show that at least 1 in 4 young black girls are sexually abused before they turn 18, it may even be 1 in 3, I think 1 in 4 or something like that happens. What I'm saying is you can't sit here trying to tie somebody's value as a human to their virginity, especially when as a community 1 in 4 is getting molested before they even turn 18. So they're already devalued in your eyes. They're already devalued if you're going to go off of that whole way of thinking. Then also continuing to do that in that way, I'm not saying that it's wrong to tell anybody to be sexually responsible. I think people should be sexually responsible. I don't think it just should be a no holds bar or whatever. The pushback that you're receiving is not that I'm saying, oh, women need to be more like the men are acting. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that you cannot just have a free for all with men, like you said, where it's this idea. What I find very interesting, and I've been hearing this a lot, y'all don't want to talk to men. Y'all the ones, y'all talking about men are the leaders and this and that. Y'all feel like y'all can tell women what to do, but y'all don't want to change no behavior in men at all. And that's insane to me. Like, men have all of these tactics, all of these different ways, all of this stuff that they do in order to get their way. And then by still having and clinging on to that same environment by saying, well, women are responsible for being sexually responsible. It just makes y'all not have to be responsible. Y'all continue to not have to take responsibility for the stuff that y'all doing. It's
let me address
that's
that.
Exactly why he asked would women follow if men became good leaders. Because some men honestly think being a leader, it means I'm lording over a woman. You need to be able to lead a group of unruly teenagers, sir. Lead a team to do a job. Lead somebody to build a telephone pole. It's not just going to be a bunch of women you're sleeping with that you have to lead. So sitting up here, I can't tell men nothing because of X, Y, Z. That shows you're an ineffective leader. That's all.
Let me address the mentality of the Miami thing. So if you have a woman that's revealing and you have a woman that's not revealing, the point that you are more confident to disrespect that naked woman that's revealing, it has nothing to do with if you're respectful or you showing respect or not. It has something to do with your mentality of thinking you can't even get that woman anyways, because you have already put in your mind that the woman that's revealing is lesser of you anyways. That's already in your mind. And the woman that's dressed and that's dressed is not revealing, you already think that you can't get her. That's why you don't put that energy into disrespecting her. That's why it's not about, oh, I'm gonna show her respect because she got clothes on. No, that's not why. You showing her respect because you don't even think you can get her anyway, so you're not giving her that energy. So, and then you disrespect the woman that's revealing because you feel like, how the fuck she go tell me no and she a hoe? That's the mentality of it right there. That's the truth of it. It ain't got nothing to do with I'm a respectful man and I respect women that's respectful and I don't respect women that's not respectful. That has nothing to do with it. You respecting the woman who you thought that you think should have said yes. That's what men do. I think she should have said yes. So, and she said no. So now I'm about to disrespect her. You fat, dirty, woo woo. That's the mentality of it. It's not about, oh, I'm gonna respect her because she's dressed nice. No, that's not that. So don't tell them that. That's not.
It's never about the dressing because women
it's never about the dressing. It's about it's about who you think should say yes and who you think should say no.
Like I said, women get assaulted in full guard.
That's when the disrespect comes in at.
Listen. What you just said is politically correct, but let's talk about the real nature of people. If I got a stack full of money, right, and if I left my money on the ground, and people know, and I got my name written on that stack of money, right? They know, I wrote, this money belongs to such and such. The right thing to do is for everybody to walk past that money and leave it where it's at, and just do not take it because it's not yours. That's the right thing to do. But realistically, somebody gonna steal my damn money if
But-
I don't keep it in the
But
bank.
Freezy, I think we
Listen,
get that
listen.
though.
If
We
I
get
don't
that. We've
keep
been
my
told
money
that
in the
our whole
bank,
life.
if I don't-
Exactly. You walking down the street with a pocket full of diamonds, girl.
Let me say, like, okay, let me say this. Like, I strongly believe to teach about immodesty. Okay, I mean, I got my shoulders out, but you know.
You're all right.
But I do believe that as women, we should teach our young girls, your body is your temple. Everybody ain't got to touch it and see it. Okay. That is very important. I also think that we have to teach safety, because like Freezy saying, this is the world we live in. We got serial killers, we got thieves, we got rapists, we got people who are going to do what they should not do. Right. So I like that. But I think Freezy, I'm with you on that. But I think what I think some of what they're trying to say is that you guys, our society of men, and let's talk about black men, because we all black here. We're gonna talk about the black folks. Are not, like you say, there's a respect. There is a certain, I get what you're saying. There's a certain, you see women who have fewer partners different from women who have more partners. Okay. But like I told you, I was a virgin until 33 years old. Okay. I have very little experience even since then, right? I have been called a prude. I have been called, just on this show a couple weeks ago, Miss Cleaver, delusional. Oh, she one of them Christian girls. Oh, you must not really like him because you ain't had sex with him in three days. I've had a guy recently last year, he wanted to stop talking to me, and he got back in contact with me, of course, but he stopped talking to me initially because sex was not on the table. We had only been out 3 dates. Okay. And so I hear what you're saying. You see women differently. You see what you say?
You said he stopped talking to you?
He wanted to stop, yeah. And eventually he called me back up and wanted to kind of, see. But I'm like, please, I'm over this now. Like, no, I don't want to talk to you no more.
Yeah, I was gonna say he did you a favor.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm saying is, like, y'all are saying you respect chaste women. But as a woman who waited till she was 33 years old, that's not what we're seeing.
So I had sex with virgins when I was 14.
Oh my God.
When I was 14, I had sex with virgins. I'm not about to be 30. Realistically, men are not being realistic if they're 30 years old looking for virgins.
But it's not even that. It's like we have to, if we want to push for women to be chaste, we have to teach similar messages to the men. We talked about this on the Juana Chica show. You can talk to women all day long. Okay, let's fix the women because we can fix the women. That's what we always do. We got to fix these women. They out here with the short skirts and they sleeping with everybody. Fix them. Okay, that's fine. But then we still got men who will
What's wrong with them?
The cycle will start again. Men gonna start lying. Men gonna start pretending. They gonna start pretending like they want you for more than when really that's all they want. Because
that's what I'm saying. Men are pretending that they want virgins.
And so then what happens? Then you have women who get their hearts broken. Then they don't trust men. Then they hurt with this man. They don't want to open up with this man. It's just, you see what we're saying?
Do you know how difficult it is to have sex with a virgin?
Because the thing is, Freezy is trying to just like you said, and Darwin also alluded to it. The problem is with this ideology, let's just call a spade a spade. This is not rooted in having respect for women at all. It's rooted in wanting to try to take ownership and just try to make sure you have access to the cooch and no other man has access to the cooch. That's what it's rooted in.
Insecurity.
That's why we don't have to be virgins.
Your insecurity, because one of the main things that you said is, well, what can I really teach her if she had these sexual partners? That's not rooted in respect for women. That's rooted in male insecurity to try to be like, no, I don't want this. It's like, no, you don't really want no woman that's out here being chased. You just want to try to make sure that you don't have to measure up to any other dudes. Like to have just the smallest amount of dudes that you have to measure up to possible. You still want to sleep with these women. You don't want to make them honest women. You don't want to do any of that. And that's not what that's rooted in is my point. That's the fact. That's the reality that we're living. Ashley just said it.
That's not true. Let's look at the stats. Let's look at the statistics, right? Okay, the less sexual partners, women that's had less than 5 sexual partners are stay in marriages way longer.
How do you know that? Where you get that from?
Thank you. And only 20% of Black people are married anyway, so who cares? Like, come on.
But where you get that from?
This is a real statistic. And also statistics shows that the more sexual partners a woman have, the quicker.
You can't even. That's not even an accurate stat. It can never be an accurate stat. No woman. See, men always say women are not truthful about their sexual partners. So how could that be a stat?
I don't understand. I don't understand why behavior. Like, why I don't understand why we just have to. I can't do right until the women do right thing. I don't understand this. Like why is men leading so conditional upon what we do? Leadership to me should come natural. Like, I don't understand.
You heard it wrong. It's not the men aren't gonna do right until the women do right. The men can't do right unless the woman, listen, the men can't.
That is absurd, sir. That's absurd. All behavior, Freezy. I'm gonna tell you something.
Freezy. How do you mean unless
all behavior is a choice? All of it is.
A woman cannot have that much power over what a leader does.
Unless we're talking about the word great, I don't want to say the word, but great. I'm gonna just say great. Unless we're talking about great, a man can't do anything sexually unless a woman allows him to.
We understand that.
This is common sense.
Freezy.
Wait. This is common sense. Wait, let me finish. It's common sense. But I want to go
that implies men don't have consent. That's all that implies. You act like men can't say no, I don't want to have sex.
Wait, hold on, one at a time. And when you all talk, can we please keep it succinct? Go ahead.
I want to go back to what Mrs. Hill was saying, because she brought up a good point, and I'm actually passionate about what she said. I actually talk about this all the time, even in my private life. And this is why I'm very passionate about women protecting women. I'm gonna tell you why. She brought up a good point when she said 1 in 4 women get molested. Okay, this is a very tender issue, and let me tell you something. The men that do that, they need to be castrated. Okay, I talk about this all the time. So, see, I get emotional when I talk about this because this has happened to a couple of my family members, and I actually want to take these niggas off the face of the earth. You understand what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, not only the molestation, right? Women have the highest numbers in being missing, MIA. Okay, I want to say they say white women are the highest and black women are the second highest, but I think they lying. I want to say black women are the highest because there's still 13 missing girls in Washington D.C. from 10 years ago that they haven't even tried to begin to look for. You understand what I'm saying? So all of this, most of these activities happen when women give in to men's whims. You understand what I'm saying? I'm preaching that women should be colder. I'm preaching that women should be stricter with their bodies. I'm preaching that women
Freezy, come on, Freezy, come on.
Well, preaching that nothing to men at all. Just me.
That's what we're saying. We got you. Women, girls need to learn to be chaste. This used to be taught in our homes. We've heard it. We know.
This supports what women are saying when men don't want to confront men or hold them accountable. You can't always put everything on with the woman. You have to, it's not the woman's job all the time to do everything to prevent a man to stop doing things. We have to start telling these men that they can't do this, that they shouldn't do that, instead of telling the woman to be careful for that man that's doing this. No, we can't keep doing that.
Listen, sir, Mr. Hill, they have had studies on men and women's sexual desire. Okay, do you know that in these studies, men have a 10 times higher sex drive than women. So you're telling me.
Hold on, what age? What age? Because this is the age thing. Because
listen, I'm talking. Listen, what do you mean that? You just told me you started having sex at 14.
It's not because of my sex drive, though. It's not because of my sex drive.
What are you talking about? No,
me having sex doesn't mean I have a higher or lower sex drive than a woman. That just means I chose to want to pursue to have sex.
Listen, you're asking me what age you're picking now. Listen, in general, men's sex drive is 10 times higher than women's. Okay, so if you want me to go out here and preach to men, keep your dick in your pants, I'm gonna be preaching all damn day.
Okay,
well,
but
I don't get the same Freezy. We've been preaching to black women for centuries. So all day preaching to a black man, that ain't nothing compared to all the preaching we done had.
Coochie.
So
I'm just saying.
We got it. You don't want to do the work, Freezy. We understand.
They used to padlock.
It's too hard.
In my private life, listen. In my private life, I lead a couple of organizations full of young black men. I tell them these things, okay? I live by example. I'm not this manosphere dude that get on panels and attack women. No, that's not me.
But Freezy,
I don't think that is you, Freezy. I don't think that is you.
I know that.
But have your dingling ever been locked up? Because women's coochie been locked up before. They never locked up dudes' dinglings.
But about chastity belts.
Yeah, but women's coochie's been locked up, so they've been teaching women not to have sex and even like controlling them to not have sex. So this has been going on.
We were getting purity at 10 years old.
Nowhere in history has men told their son, even their son. Like I never had that talk. Like, hey, wait till you get 18 to have sex. Wait till you get married. My uncles, my friends, my older, they was have as many women as you want. Men do not teach abstinence. Point blank, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
They literally have balls where fathers marry their daughters, give them purity rings so they don't sleep around. I don't see the same concept with men ever. I don't see little boys giving purity rings ever.
A lot of men do, okay? I'm saying, listen, you
men giving purity rings out here? We got all the stats. What are the stats on the purity rings?
Freezy gonna say this last thing and we'll move on. Go ahead.
Okay, let me. I want to ask the only man on the panel this a question before I go. This is a simple question, just man to man. The more bodies a woman has, does she get more valuable or less valuable? That's just simple thing. I just want to ask you that.
It's the same for me. It's not less or more.
Okay, Freezy, listen. Let me.
I never even when I talk to a woman, that never even crossed my mind about how many guys you previously had. Okay. I never once thought of that.
So you're telling me a woman that has been a professional prostitute is just as valuable as a woman who has had less than 3 bodies, going to church, nice church, you're educated, everything.
I don't know. I don't know how valuable she is to me. I wouldn't know that until I start dating her.
But what about to most men? For most men, she does not have value. She does not.
Yeah,
okay.
I can speak. Yes, I can. Yeah.
But Freezy. Okay, she doesn't. So let's move past this point.
But for me personally, you asked me, so I had to let you know. Like, I don't look at women like that. I think women should have as much discretion to have sex just as much as men do. If I slept with 100 women and I know a woman that slept with 100 men, I'm not looking at her any different. I'm not thinking she's a whore. I'm thinking maybe she was a horny motherfucker like I was. That's how I'm looking at it. That's the truth.
But here's my thing. So what? But listen, let's say you keep going back to everything's about what men want. It's always about what men want, what men think. Okay, but here's the thing. Nobody really cares. I didn't choose to wait as long as I waited because of how somebody would see. If I did that, I would not have waited. I had men who called me prudes. I had men who didn't want to date me. I had men who would go sleep with the girl down the street because she was the fun girl. I had a guy that I'm friends with, who was ain't working for me. So
There's prostitutes that's married.
from a man's point of view, a woman's value is always about what they think. And I get what you're saying, Freezy. I'm gonna tell my daughters the same thing. My mom told me the men will choose the women at the top of the cherry tree. I grew up hearing that. They gonna choose the women meaning the women that have fewer sex partners, the women who, were virgins or close to being a virgin.
But that's not what they are here choosing.
Listen, but I know. So let me say this. What I'm saying, Freezy, we got that. We already know that. The problem is that there are women like me who are not finding men who are compatible to them. And because of and I respect you, Freezy, but it's because of this. Because it's always, let's talk to the women, change the black women. They ain't doing this. They wrong about this. They don't know how to do this. They out of order. It's never, let's look at the men and say, what can the men do to be better? I'm not talking about making more money. I'm talking about being better people, having character, having accountability, self-respect, respect for others. Like you're saying all these things, but
traits of a leader. Traits of a leader.
I have friends who have multiple sex partners who are married. So it's not adding up. But that's a lot of people.
But I want to tell you this right here. Listen. Go ahead, Cannon. You got your hand up, Cannon.
No, I was, but the thing is, what I was gonna say, that you did clearly state. I just know for a fact that we do have things called nature and nurture, and I just hate the fact that it gets ignored that we just want to call it all nature, but we're not paying attention to any of the nurture that we're actually putting into these boys, where we're actually encouraging them to be hypersexual. We're sending them like we're doing those things intentionally, and we're ignoring that we're doing that. That's also leading to that environment of hypersexuality for boys. And also, you even stated you tried to use nature and be like, we're so much more sexual, but when you made a choice and you made a decision to be abstinent for 6 months, that's what you did. That was a choice that you made for your behavior. That was a choice. So don't tell me that men can't make that choice. Yes, you can. But the problem is that we are instilling, we are not instilling that higher sense of responsibility in our boys for the girls that we're trying to make them compatible to, is what I'm saying. We out here raising savages. We out here raising savage boys that's just out here running them up, running through girls, like Lil Bootsy giving his 13-year-old son prostitutes and all that. That's what we're doing with our boys, while we're trying to tell our girls that they need to be this, that, and the other. And we basically feed them to our boys, which we turn into wolves.
And Freezy,
we're trying to make our girls sheep, and we're raising our boys as wolves. And
Freezy, I just want to tell you, Freezy, at one point in my life, I did think like that. So I'm not trying. So I understand where you're coming from, because at one point I did look at prostitutes and women that had a lot of sexual partners. I did view them as whores or like a woman that wasn't desirable. I did think that. Well, I don't think like that anymore, but I did think that. Now I think it's a behavior type thing. Like, if it's just all about respect. Like, if a woman is a prostitute, that's cool, but how she treats me is all I care about.
But that's you, darling. That's not.
That's just me. That's just me. So what I'm saying is, I think a lot of men, we grow up with these with this perception of life because we're taught this way. But then once you get to a point in your life where you have to start making your own decisions and start thinking for yourself, because guess what? It doesn't matter to what your friends think of this woman or what society labels this woman, because you didn't label this woman a whore. You didn't wake up and just be like, this woman is a whore. You was taught that she was a whore. You was taught that what she's doing is bad. Because if you wasn't taught that, why isn't what you do bad? Why when you have sex with 100 women, it's that deemed bad? So we was taught this as men to look at women like that. So that's a choice that we make. It's not a thing about her being a bad whore and this and that. That's a choice that we want to put on women to shame them, to try to belittle them, so we can. Huh?
Well, level with me, right? I want to clarify.
Why ain't men devalued when we have a lot of sexual partners?
Go ahead.
Why aren't
something though. Just because a woman used to was a prostitute or she used to strip, I don't. If a woman, that woman as well, she can transform herself into a respectable woman. I don't judge. I don't judge women. I'm not sit up here saying that I'm judging a woman's past. You know, a woman can transform herself into a respectable woman. Everybody has a past. I understand that. But all I'm saying is this. Even biblically, right? Even biblically, we have prophets and leaders in the Bible that had multiple wives. You understand what I'm saying?
That was by culture. That was by culture. The word of God does not condone multiple wives. That was by culture. Just because it's in the Bible doesn't mean that it's approved by God.
Let me finish. Hold on, Ashley. Let me finish because I'm a Bible scholar, and if you go to Revelation, one of the promises of the Israelites was that they will have 7 wives to one man in the promise in the kingdom to come. So God does believe in multiple wives. But at this time, in this present time in the Western world, we're not even equipped to have a multiple wives. We're in a state of urgency to just we don't have enough money economically to take care of 3, 4, 5 wives.
So right, so we don't even need to talk about that because these niggas ain't talking about having 7 wives. They just want to freak 7 women. So it ain't even a conversation right now.
That whole part.
We ain't talking about 7 wives. They ain't can't get 1 wife. They only want 1 wife.
Listen. What I'm saying is the nature of man has always been, even in church, even biblically, and even in other religions, men have had more than 1 wife. There has never been a sentiment
Freezy.
Of women.
Freezy.
You want to justify why these women?
Freezy.
No,
Freezy.
Why?
Freezy. Just because something happened don't mean it was correct. Can I say that? Just because something happened don't mean that it was correct. I mean, if we're gonna talk about the Bible, let's talk about in the whole book of Exodus where God allowed the Israelites to be slaves of the Egyptians.
We cannot all talk at once. Come on, we can't talk at once.
Miss Jovo, it was correct. It was correct, Miss Jovo, because let's go to Abraham. Abraham and Sarah couldn't have kids. Sarah wanted him to have sex with the handmaid so they can have a child. Guess what? Before Abraham did it, guess who he went to get the okay? He went to the Most High God. Guess what God told him to do? Yeah, go have sex with that other woman. That's what God told him to do.
Do we know that the Bible is not a historical?
Stop. That is you don't have a correct understanding of the Bible. First off, Abraham had a child with, who was it? Was it
Hagar?
Hagar's son.
I know the Bible like the back of my hand. Go on, tell these
lies. Please listen. Hagar's son was it Ishmael?
I forget. Ishmael.
But his son was cursed. Okay, his son led a life that was not pleasing to God, and through that union, there were curses. Huh?
That's not true. Listen, that's not true because what you're saying is false. Because for one, before Ishmael even had a chance to grow up, him and his mother Hagar was exiled to another land. They was exiled. He grew up in another land. But what I'm telling you,
Freeze, answer this question. Why aren't men devalued when they have 100 sex partners?
All right, listen.
Because the Bible says
that.
God sanctioned this.
The Bible said so, and therefore it is right, and therefore we cannot question it. It is just that simple.
Okay, but listen,
God sanctioned this.
The Bible said it, and therefore it is true. Your God is not everybody's God. Stop putting that on people. Jesus.
Oh, so okay. See, I can't win.
Okay, yes. Your God is not everybody's God. You can't tell somebody, oh, my God sanctioned it. So that means you as a Hindu need to live how I say. You as a Muslim need to live how I say. That is not how life works.
Well, we'll never agree on that.
I can only go by my belief. I don't.
No, you cannot. Welcome to the world. Have empathy, sympathy, and understanding for other people.
So men are not devalued when they have 100 sex partners because God said we can have 100 sex partners. But from what you said, he said we can have 7 wives, not 100 sex partners. So why are men devalued when they have 100 sex partners and they're not their wives?
Thank you.
We talk about 100 sex partners, not 100 wives. So,
Yep.
So even if you want to go by what you're talking about, we're not talking about 100 wives. We're talking about when these men are going out here sleeping with these women, impregnating them, leaving them to be single mothers. Why aren't they devalued? Because that's not in the Bible. I know that's not in the Bible.
God ain't told nobody to go
So
get a
why
side
aren't they
chick.
devalued? Why aren't people looking at them like, oh, he should nobody want him? Why aren't even men saying this?
Listen. Not only did these guys have wives, they also had concubines as well, bro. Okay. So, but
guess what, Freezy?
Wait,
Guess what?
Let's try to make this quick. Make your points quick and to the point.
What I'm trying to tell you is, I'm not pushing for men to be sexually irresponsible. No. What I'm saying is, it's pushed in every society that women should be the modest, to have the responsibility of being more modest. I don't think I'm saying anything wrong when I say
Okay,
that.
so wait, Freezy. By that logic, you're saying, oh, because people of color have been it's been taught and believed that people of color are the inferior race, that's right? No, that's not right. And I'm looking up this. Okay, but that's the logic that you're using. You're saying in every society, women are taught to be the modest race. That's or the modest sex. That's fine. But what we're doing is trying to challenge men's beliefs. And we get why y'all don't want to change it, because apparently y'all want to be over here sticking your penis anywhere and with anybody. So you, of course, it's talking to the people who don't want to change it. What we're saying is that we need to also teach, we need to also teach the men sexual responsibility throughout the entire Bible. God taught, if so, you said that you're a Christian. So throughout the entire Bible,
because the men you giving these excuses to don't even believe what you. They don't fault. They're not even Christians. Who you trying to?
There are messages about sexual morality. So men have to follow that too. Okay, men have to follow that too. And like Darren was saying, a lot of these men want to be Christians and want to talk about the Bible and talk about submission
when it comes to benefit,
when it comes to what the women need to do. But when it comes to what the men need to do, then what?
Well, what I'm saying is, and I'm a rapper. I don't want to be too long-winded, and I appreciate y'all. What I'm saying is this: from a young age, right? Little boys and little girls, young boys. It's stressed more upon young boys to be financially stable and to provide for their families. Okay, but for young girls, it's more so stressed that young girls maintain their innocence and their respect and modesty.
We know that.
The way they do.
We know that, and that's what we're talking about. We're saying that needs to change. We need to teach girls and boys sexual responsibility. We can't just say, "Oh, only girls can do this."
I understand that, but I don't want you guys to feel like I don't understand what you're saying.
But you haven't said anything to say that you do understand what we're saying, though.
No, I just said I just said I'm over 2 groups of young boys that I preach this whole message to. I tell them to be sexually responsible. I tell them to, as a matter of fact, I tell them they shouldn't be having sex until they get married. I tell them that. But the point I'm trying to make is women are more vulnerable. Cannon Hills just touched on it earlier. Women are more vulnerable. So all I'm saying is this. I'm gonna let y'all go, and I appreciate y'all.
Hold on, time out.
Hey,
you said you teach.
I
know, but he about to go. You said you teach young boys to not have sex when they married. So, but you can't then in return say, "Well, our sex drive is higher, so I mean, how can we not have sex?" That's hypocritical. So you're not teaching them. You're telling them something. When you teach somebody something, you give them pointers on how to do these things. You don't go and say, yeah, don't have sex till you married, but hey, our sex drive is high. So that's neglect. That's negating everything you just said.
I don't tell them. I don't go into sex drives and everything. That's just a natural phenomenon. I was speaking on just in the sheer nature of man. The sex drive is higher. I don't.
But that was false, anyways. Though what I'm saying that was false.
Okay, go ahead, Freezy.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is this. I truly believe that a man has, most of the times, in most cases, for a man and a woman to get married, the man has to ask the woman, hey, will you marry me? In most cases. Now, we do have these anomalies where women are starting to get on one knee, which I think is ridiculous. But in most cases, men are asking the women to get married, right? They control marriage. But when a man meets a woman, a man is not, in most cases, a man is not going to have sex until she gives consent.
Is he gonna keep going in contradiction circles? Please, God, please.
I think we got you. I think that, like, you're really kind of, no offense, but you're really exemplifying exactly what we're saying. Like, we know that. Okay, but listen, you're saying, okay, a man can't have sex until a woman lets him have sex with her. We got that. But that is true. But guess what? I can't have sex with a man unless he decides to have sex with me. I mean, you're acting as though you don't have a choice. That's what we're trying to say. Men have this idea in their minds that it's all the women. If we have sex, it's because the woman let me in. And she, like, you have no self-control. Like, you have no moral sense to say, I am responsible for where I put my penis.
Freezy, I know it hurts. The bro code is embedded in us. I know it hurts to say these bad things about our fellow men.
When people, these guys on these podcasts, that's what you're saying. You're not saying that literally, but that's the premise of what you're saying. You're saying, oh, women control sex. That means that, oh, I ain't got no control over who I sleep with. If I do sleep with her, it's because she let me.
Because I'll sleep with anybody who lets me.
I have no responsibility and no expectation to say no to sex, to have some sexual discretion. Oh, and if she get pregnant, it's because she trapped me. It doesn't make sense, Freezy. And do you want your daughters to have to choose from men like this? Like, you all say, oh, you control marriage.
No. If I had a daughter, I would want her to know what a good, responsible man is.
But we're not raising good, responsible men.
Exactly.
We just sleep with anybody, anytime, and not have any sexual discretion.
Because our sex drive is too damn high.
Listen. Just like there are good women out there, there's still good men out there.
Not if we out here telling them that they don't have to have no sexual discretion and they just some wild, ravaged animals that could just
I'm gonna tell you,
legs, they gotta jump in it.
What do you mean? Who's saying what? You all act like that.
I'm not telling men to, hey, man, do what you want sexually.
But you're not telling them not to. But you're not telling them not to. Can I interject? Because I just need to interject. Freezy, this is all about Freezy.
You could not say it in the group.
Freezy, men are not wolves. They are not these uncontrollable, lad impulse creatures that are savages. Men are humans just like women. And I know if you can change your habits in terms of choosing not to have sex at certain points in your life, then other men are capable too. That's all we're saying. Like, if you're going to preach to somebody, preach to them. Tell them your story of abstaining from sex and how it benefited you.
This conversation, I assure you, is really
That's all we're saying.
It's not going to go anywhere. The conversation is always going to go back to men.
That's all we're saying. You saw the sign, Freezy, that I put up. All behavior is a choice, brother. It
Exactly.
doesn't matter what you have
When
going
you
on in
made
your
that
life.
decision to
The circular
hold off
conversation,
and not have sex, that
That's
was a
it.
great decision that most men don't teach other men and boys.
Right.
Like that was a great
All
decision that
behavior
you
is
made.
a
Like
choice.
so that
And,
that
and
was very
until
great.
and until men start realizing that they're gonna get the same results from women or from themselves that they've been getting for centuries on end. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Y'all are expecting all these things from women, but you keep doing the same thing and then get mad when you don't get different results. And it's just horrible. It's horrible. It's a lack of accountability, it's a lack of awareness, and it's a lack of insight. So please encourage brothers to go get help.
Listen. There are women, might not be a lot of them, but
This conversation is never going to end because it's never going to have men take accountability. It's going to be a circular rhetoric. Oh my gosh, it's going to be constant contradictions.
There are women that are in successful marriages, successful relationships. You know why? Because they show discretion. That's why.
No.
Okay,
No.
wait, hold on. Stop.
Breezy.
No, let
Breezy,
me.
I have not been married for 18 years because I showed discretion.
Exactly.
I have been married for 18 years because I take accountability for my behavior.
I know several.
Hey, that was
What the
good
heck?
one right there.
But wait a minute, Freezy, hold on. There's so many things that go into having a successful marriage, okay? Like,
Exactly.
But no, I'm not married. But I wish that we would stop preaching this lie. I am a living example. I waited for a very long time. I practiced abstinence, and I am a single woman. I am not. There are many other women who are like me. Okay, and here's the thing: you keep talking about women. Women like myself don't want men who are whores. We don't.
No.
Men who are out there like that. And we have but we got a whole lot of men who are like you who are not willing to verbalize the problems that we're having with how we raise our boys versus how we are raising our girls. Like we had this conversation on the Juana Chica show. It's like you're making excuses for men because they got a high sex drive. Like, no, you got to stop making excuses. We got men who are telling women you need to be having sex by day 3. How? But then y'all the ones who want virtuous women.
Actually, if I'm on these panels saying marry before you carry, men are hearing me say this.
They're hearing you, and guess what? They're hearing you say, because who carries babies? Women. Men don't carry babies. So they're hearing you, and they're thinking.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. What I'm saying is, I'm on the panel constantly preaching marry before you carry.
To women.
Listen, men know listen what I'm saying. Whether it's the women or not, men know my stance. They know my stance.
Your stance is indecisive because you're putting all the responsibility on a woman. You have not. I've sat here and listened to you talk for half an hour, and I have yet to hear you say anything what a man needs to do. Which proves to the point that we said earlier that men have a problem with holding each other accountable. Y'all are not doing it. So if the work is not being done that way, the best way for me to deflect from that is to talk about, okay, let me talk about how Black women are not holding each other accountable, or how we need to hold Black women more accountable. And I, for one, as a professional that deals with the thinking processes and patterns of people on a day-to-day basis, I have never seen anybody change a behavior yet that was solely based on the behavior of another entity or another person. Change starts with self. So if you're gonna talk about what marry before you carry and women need to do blah 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 blah, and then you're saying all of that to benefit men or to just benefit us, where does the responsibility come in at for men? Where does the responsibility for men come in?
Miss Jovo, that's not true.
No, Freezy, answer my question. Where does the responsibility for men come in at?
Listen. A person's behavior can change simply because of the environment they're in.
Environment is different from the behavior of others, Freezy.
So wait, let's follow that thought. So
right.
You're saying let's follow that thought. So when women change, self-proclaimed leaders of our communities will change. is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is, you won't get pregnant from this dude.
We're not talking about pregnancy. We know you can't get pregnant. A woman can't get pregnant unless she decides to have sex.
No, because
a man can't give birth, can't be a father unless he decides to have sex.
No, because what I'm saying is, because the main concern are fatherless children, single mothers.
No. Stay on topic, Freezy. Stay on topic. I asked you a question. I asked you a specific question. Where does the responsibility for men come in at? I've heard you talk about what women need to do for the past 45 minutes. I am asking you a direct question. What do men need to do differently? Because what y'all been doing up to now, it doesn't work. That's why the community is so divided. And the manosphere continues to divide the community by placing all of the responsibility on a woman. So I'm asking you a direct question.
We're supposed to follow.
I'm asking you a direct question. What responsibility do the men have in all of this? Because in order for you to want to see change, you got to be the change you want to see. And you're a man and you're mentoring other men. What do men need to do differently? That's a direct question.
I'm about to tell you. You mentioned the manosphere, right? The manosphere has speaking points on, being a high value man. High value men don't cheat their exercise options. I don't agree with that.
Breezy, can you answer my question? Can you tell me what's the responsibility that men have?
The way he wants. Go ahead.
I'm answering your question. I don't agree with that. I believe that even if you're a high value man and you're married, right? You should stay faithful to your woman. You should show sexual responsibility to your woman. You should show sexual discretion to your woman. I don't believe in these reckless messages that just because you're a high value man, you can have the pick of the litter. No, I do not believe in that.
So what about average earning men, and what about men who are not married? What responsibility do they have?
No, what I just said, I believe in that all across the board. It doesn't matter what your economic status is. Okay, I don't believe just because you have a lot of money, you're a high value man. So let's just get that out there too. Okay, so all I'm saying is that actually me and you ladies, we actually have a lot in common. We agree on the same point. I just want to protect women. That's it.
But
okay, so you have deflected again. What do men need to do differently, Freezy? What do men need to do? I hear about women protecting themselves. Okay, let's close the chapter on that book. Okay, that we done with that. We understand protection. We've been protecting what's between our legs ever since some of us knew what was between our legs. We get it. Okay, end the chapter on that. What do the men need to do differently? That's my direct question towards you, without you starting to say what women need to do, because I'm talking about men and their behavior. What do they need to do differently?
Well, what men need to do is, first off, get in order. And the type of order that I follow is the order of God, Christ, man, and woman. Get in order and follow the laws, statutes, and commandments that the Bible speaks of, right? This is quintessential in being a leader. Okay? So this is what I preach. This is what I preach all the time and speak on all the time. Now, I know you guys don't hear me speaking on this on One of Chica's channel and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of times I ain't got time to be breaking out the Bible and reading Bible verses and stuff like that. They ain't got time for that. But all I'm saying is that I truly believe that men should be part of the biggest part of being leaders, right? Being a leader in the community is actually gaining the trust of women by how you handle them, by showing sexual discretion, by showing respect sexually. I believe in that. Not just provision. I believe in that. I do believe in that. But I deal I know I live in a realistic world. I know I do. And so when I sit down and ask myself this question, how can women protect themselves from these type of dangerous, irresponsible men that's going to stay out here no matter how much Freezy talk, no matter what Freezy say? How can I protect women from them, the ones that I didn't reach?
How can you hold your brothers accountable for being the wolves that's out there manipulating women? That's my question to you.
Well,
what are you doing to hold men accountable for this behavior?
You on mute. You on mute.
So, but are the women that has numerous sexual partners, are the prostitutes, are the women that are deemed aggressively and undressed naked, are they being respected too by you in your following, or is just the women that you think should be respected?
Am I still on mute?
no, go ahead.
Okay, answer your question again, Mr. Hill.
Are the women that have 10 or more bodies, are the prostitutes, are the women that dress half naked, are they being respected, or are you just respecting the women that you deem to call valuable women?
Well, I just said earlier, in all fairness, that those women can change as well. Change has to happen on both
But
sides.
until they change, are they being respected?
No, why should you be respected when you're carrying yourself in such a way? Why?
Because just because you
Because
think
the Bible that
you don't
quoted,
think,
the Bible that
does
you
that
talked
mean you're
about
supposed
talks
to
about loving
disrespect
and
them?
respecting everybody. That's why. I'm sorry, Darwin. Because the Bible that you quoted earlier talks about loving and respecting everyone. See, everybody loved the Bible until the Bible started talking about love and respect for everybody. And that now is we love to leave love and respect out of the Bible. We love to leave out the love part, but we love to talk about the Old Testament and how many wives somebody had. We love to talk about what you can eat and what you don't want to eat. Love is all throughout the Bible, in the Old and in the New Testament. Now, I'm a Bible scholar too. When I grew up, I was a third service child. Okay, so I can go. We can go there, Freezy. We can go there. But you have to love and respect her.
Time out.
Just
Pause.
like
Miss Jovo. I'm about to hit it with some. Okay, so
I'm just saying.
So Freezy.
Listen, modern day church Christianity talk. That's not
But
true.
but wait,
Freezy, I don't even want to do
Nah,
this.
I'm talking Old and New Testament, brother.
Just 1 minute.
That's what I'm talking.
I don't want to do the biblical talk. So this is my thing. To be a good leader, right? You said, why should they be respected? Why should they be respected? So if you're a basketball player, you say you LeBron James, you think he's only going to respect Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook? No, he's going to respect his whole team because he has to lead his whole team. He's just not going to be like, oh, you can't shoot, so you don't deserve the ball. No, so that's what you're doing. You're saying, oh, since she don't dress how I think she should dress, I'm not going to respect her. That's not a leader. That's not a leader. You have to respect all women, not just because you think she don't deserve respect. Like how do?
Sir, let me ask you a question, sir. Sir, do you think Jezebel in the Bible is respected just as much as Sarah in the Bible?
She was, because her life was spared for a limited time. I don't know what.
Respected by whom?
Like
listen. Respected by whom? By people? No. By God? Yes.
But
God,
that's why these men get caught up. That's why these men get caught up because they.
Oh my God.
I'm
sorry, but
no. When I say respected, I mean loved. Stop. When I say God loves everybody, Freezy. And if you're going to use, I'm not saying that a woman should. God loves everyone. Don't sit here and say that God does not love everyone.
But that's why these men get treated the way they do by these business women, and when they disrespecting these prostitutes, but it's the other women that's treating them, and it's the other woman that's cheating on them, but they still look at them like they're some type of admirable woman.
Listen, if you are going to go by the Bible, okay, and I believe you, okay, that you are a Christian, all right, so. You got to also allow yourself to be corrected.
No, I don't consider myself a Christian. But
so you're not a Christian, but you. Oh,
no,
so
are you Hebrew Israelite?
You're a Bible scholar.
No. Listen, Christian is a listen. That's we going down the rabbit hole.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
I don't consider my. Listen, huh?
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Hello.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Yes, I do believe I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Yes.
I told y'all.
Okay, so anyway, first off, Freezy, you keep talking about yourself. I too believe that a woman should cherish her body. The Bible is very clear about sexual immorality, okay? that sexual immorality refers to to women and to men. Okay. Now, you keep talking about, oh, is a woman more respected? Is she okay? But we're not talking about the world standards. Like, are you going to talk about God's standards, or are you going to talk about your standards? Because if that's the case, do you but do you respect the guy that you know who cheats on his wife? Do you respect the drug dealer down the street? Do you respect your cousin who lies about everything? Do you respect that? Do you respect? Okay. Okay. So, but here's the thing. Okay, so you're consistent. That's good. Are men consistent with the respect that they show based off of these principles? No, they're not. You keep coming back to what men respect. Here's the thing. You can be a fully dressed woman and still be disrespected. I have been disrespected by Black men in this social space on these shows. They don't show respect to you, virgin or not, covered up or not.
Norm, though. That's what I'm saying.
So
Listen,
what do you mean it's not the norm? It happens every day.
That is the norm. For one, I don't go around dating prostitutes and half-naked women before I got married. And these same women were the most, these same women that was dressed appropriately in men's eyes. They were doing the same thing as the half-naked women. And that's, now, I don't know if you found out, maybe you didn't find out about the stuff. They hid it from you very well. And because they do the same things. Clothes do not define a woman. I do not know why men think that, but if y'all want to keep thinking that, that's why y'all get y'all feelings hurt all the time.
I'm gonna tell you why.
And that's why
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they start to hate who they really are. That's what it is. Who I really am on the inside. So when I'm not brave enough to see it in on myself, I'm gonna deflect and see it in on somebody else. And so I choose, quote unquote, the woman of the night, or the woman that I feel like is not valuable, or she dressed a certain way or whatever. You know, I value her by that, because what I'm really saying is I see these qualities in myself and I don't like it. Instead of me just saying that, I say it in reference to that woman.
I think that's a great point, Miss Jovo, because a lot of these men talk about sex workers, but they still watch pornography.
Exactly.
So it's to me because you watch your.
I want to get it.
He keeps talking all the time.
Freezy, hold on. Let Raven say what she was gonna say, and then go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say men talk so low about sex workers, but they are quite enthralled with their pornography and OnlyFans. I don't hear anything about don't masturbate, stop looking at those dirty websites. It's about, oh, you need to mistreat those women and blah, blah, blah. I don't hear anything about the masturbation addiction some of these men have. Did you see?
But they're also the ones buying the prostitutes.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Did you guys see how quickly OnlyFans was turned back to OnlyFans? Because OnlyFans tried to go PG. And the major consumers decided that was not going to work. OnlyFans went back to being rated R within 2 weeks. So we hear, oh, we don't like sex workers, but you pay them well.
Right.
The strippers are paid well. So I said, circular rhetoric. This conversation is not going to go anywhere because there's no accountability in this for men. Unless it's about, we need to watch out for those men and women, because
I have yet to hear him. I have yet to hear a statement from him that says this is what men need to do differently. I haven't heard anything yet.
Talk about sex work. No, since you want to talk about sex work, let's go down that road, because you don't really want to go down that road.
I haven't heard it. And in all my 16 years of being a therapist, this is classic defense mechanisms, classic deflection, classic. What I really want to tell you, Ms. Jovo, is that I'm not going to hold my brothers accountable, because it's just easier for me to say what women need to do differently. And if that's what it is, Freezy, just say that. That's it. That's all I got for the rest of the night. I'm good.
Listen, Ms. Jovo, I just sat up here and said I do hold men accountable, but you guys did the one.
But how? You never told me how. You've always said, what's your how?
I did. I gave it,
What's your how? Listen, what are your action steps in holding your brothers accountable? That's what I want to know, because I haven't heard it.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it again since you didn't hear it the first time. What I said was how I hold men accountable is I teach them the natural order. They have to get in order. That's what I said. And the order that I believe in is God, Christ, man, then woman. And there are order of law, statutes, and commandments that need to be followed in detail. This is how it got discovered that I am a Hebrew Israelite, which I'm not ashamed of, which I believe you guys are too, but that's a whole nother story. But that is how I hold men accountable.
I'm not no Hebrew Israelite.
Yes, you are. You're from the tribe of Judah. You
But
just don't
Freezy,
know it.
I get
So,
what
Freezy, what are the commandments in terms of how to treat women and sexual behavior specifically? Because men might be listening and they might benefit from what you're about to say.
Well, we can because there are 613 laws, statutes, and commandments, but we can just start with the 10, right? The first law is to not worship any other gods but the Most High.
And what's
right?
the second one?
Listen, hold on. Let's start with that. Let's start with that one.
Go ahead.
Wait, so if we have the belief, let's stay with that one for 1 second. If we understand we're not supposed to worship but one God, which is the Most High, and not worship idol gods, because this is what's going on. Men are
like OnlyFans.
Yes, exactly. They have this mindset where they're letting their lust be drawn out, and they're worshiping women like idol gods. Yes, so we have to hone in spiritually. Then also in the 10 Commandments, it talks about adultery. You should not commit adultery. Hold on, wait. Because listen. I love the law, statutes, and commandments. You understand what I'm saying? It also talks about fornication. It also talks about not being a false witness,
so Freezy, let me stop you for a second. So is that consistent with you saying things like, oh, women control sex? You can't have sex with the women. How is that consistent?
Because I ain't read that in the Bible yet.
How is it?
I've yet to find it.
How is it consistent with saying stuff like, "Oh well, women have always been the ones expected to be the modest ones"? How is it consistent with saying, "Oh, men their sexual drive is so much more"? Like, it's not consistent. What you're saying is not consistent. When men are saying, "Oh, women control sex," what they're really saying is, if I have sex with a woman, it's her fault. I can sleep with who I want to sleep with. I'm ready and willing to sleep with anybody as long as she's willing to sleep with me. That's what it's saying. You don't get that? Like when you're saying, "Oh, women control sex," you're saying, "Oh, I don't have no control over sex." It's the same thing.
Well, that's consistent because Miss Jobo asked me, how do I hold men accountable, right? This is how I measure it. I measure it with my faith. Okay.
But are you measuring? Are you doing it with action and in words, or are you getting on these platforms saying things that these men who are not Hebrew Israelites are saying, like, "Oh, women are the ones who control sex"?
You just asked a good question. You just asked a great question, and actually, it goes to my point. This is what I was saying earlier, actually, right? So before I get on these panels, right, I ask myself, in these specific issues, how can I be the most effective when it comes to fatherless homes, single mothers, premarital pregnancy and all that kind of stuff, right? It's unrealistic for me to just be on these panels, break out Bible verses to men all throughout these panels and just.
You just said you wasn't ashamed though, so I don't get that part either.
But you can tell the women though to keep their lips closed. Like, and no offense, but you told me that, and so I needed to hear it, and I'm like, I'm the one.
Listen to what I'm saying. No, listen to what I'm saying. I say that because
women are the ones expected to change.
No, listen, no. That's why I always go back to scripture. In the Bible, when it comes to being modest, right? It's the modesty is stress more so on the
No,
woman
it's
in the
not.
Bible.
The scriptures
Yes,
about
it
sexual
is.
morality.
Yes, it is.
Listen, but we're not just talking about modesty and dress. We're talking about sexual morality. Okay? There was it David who was looking at the woman spying on the naked
It
woman?
was David and
He was
Bathsheba. He sent his
perfect.
exactly. It was
Thank you.
Bathsheba.
So it's not just the men. The women. The men have to be sexually moral as well. If you're gonna go by the Bible, you can't pick and choose. You can't say, oh, it's just for the women. That's what society says.
Right, but right, I agree with you. Sexual morality is on both sides, right?
Yes.
But when it comes to marriage, right? Virginity is stressed more so with the women. Sexual virginity is stressed more so with the women.
Listen.
When the men were choosing wives,
that was a societal thing. That's what people don't understand when they read the Bible.
Because you keep saying that.
You have to understand. Listen, Freezy, when you read the Bible, there's God's law, and then you have culture. Okay, there are cultures that are spoken of.
I don't deal with culture.
But culture is in the Bible, Freezy. Listen, culture. What are you talking about? Everything that's in the Bible that was done was not ordained by God. There were people stealing. There were people having sex with people from other nations. There were people doing all types of things that were not ordained by God. Just exactly. So you can't say just because exactly. So you can't say just because men were doing something that it was right. Yes, culturally, virgins have been the most valued. That doesn't mean that men should be out here screwing around. I don't understand why.
I didn't say men. No, men should not be out here screwing around, but men
or fornicating.
One of the commandments is fornication. So who are men not being virgins with?
Right. So we can't. So
this doesn't even make like that's why I said this conversation is going to go in a circle because there is no
men can't have sex unless a woman lets them. I can't have sex with a man. I can't have sex with a man unless he lets me. What are you talking about?
He's not talking about anything.
That's why I brought up sexual desire is higher in men.
So what does that? So that means you can't control yourself, Freezy? So are you telling me because your desire is greater, you don't have any responsibility to obey the very principles that you said you believe in? To not fornicate?
No, what I'm telling you is, I want you to listen. What I'm telling you is this. When sex happens, right? And when the consequences of sex surface, it's going to affect the women more so than men.
If you get AIDS, Freezy, if a man gets AIDS, who cares? He has AIDS. You're comparing his outcome to a woman. It's all bad.
No, but I'm glad you mentioned AIDS. It's easier for a woman to get AIDS than it is for a man. You're using all the way around the board.
Okay, so
oh my God. Okay.
I have no clue how it's easier for a woman to get it than a man.
Man,
I don't know how you just came to that conclusion. God damn, Freezy. I be trying to.
So Freezy. So listen. So because let's say that was true. So because it's true, let's say it's true. So let's say it's true. A woman can more easily contract AIDS than a man. A man has sex. He gets AIDS. He still has AIDS. So are you telling me because it's easier? Okay, so it's fair to say. So it's fair to say that. So it's fair. What do you mean they're more vulnerable? What are you talking about as related to AIDS?
Women are more vulnerable to AIDS. Since you mentioned that, that's a scientific fact. They're more vulnerable to catching AIDS. They're vulnerable to, like we talked about, Miss Jovo, postpartum. depression, PTSD. Listen. Men do not have to lay down on tables and get abortions. Women do if you choose to.
Let me put it like this, Breezy. Women will remain more vulnerable as long as we have men with these thought processes. They're gonna stay. They're gonna continue to be extremely vulnerable as long as men are this way.
You're going to remain in these situations if you keep giving in to these clowns.
It ain't about giving in. It ain't never been about giving in.
Okay, so they're clowns now. They're clowns now.
They're clowns who want to become husbands and then essentially become leaders. Don't make sense to me, Freezy.
And become the men that will train our boys and our boys.
Listen, what are we talking about here? Clowns aren't husband material. What are we talking
But
about?
you
hold on, Ashley. Freezy, you're the one who's saying these things. So are you saying that you're a clown? Like you're the one saying it. Like y'all, that's why I hate. Like there is a culture and the ideology that the majority of you all hold that you try to make it seem like it's the minority. It's not the minority.
It's y'all. It's you. It's the men like
y'all think that it's okay to disrespect women depending on how they dress. Y'all think that y'all don't have to have no control over y'all sexual decisions because y'all got a higher sex drive. These are things that most of y'all are thinking. This is not the minority. So stop saying clowns and this thing and the other. It's most of y'all.
I'm the clown.
Listen, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, let's just break this down to its simplest form. Okay. If you are going to get the worst end of the stick in any situation, shouldn't you be more careful than the other person?
I think everybody should, Freezy. No, I think you should be 100% careful for yourself. Listen, Freezy, you're not talking like an accountable, responsible person. Here's the thing. I don't care. You might have a greater consequence than me. That doesn't mean that I'm any less responsible for myself. Like it does, you're not talking like a person that's taking responsibility. Oh, what could happen to you is worse. So I'm gonna be not careful. I'm not gonna be as smart. I'm not gonna be as disciplined because what you got to deal with is worse than what I got to deal with. That's what you just said. Listen to what you're saying. But
I never said once on this panel that men and me, myself included, shouldn't be responsible citizens. I did not.
But you just said, shouldn't a woman be more responsible because she is the one to have the abortion? She's the one to get pregnant.
No, I said, this is what I said. I said, let's break it down in its simplest form. Repeat exactly what I said.
You said, shouldn't a woman be?
Listen, I said, if two people are in a situation, but you are the one that's going to be stuck, you're gonna be the one with the worst end, stuck with the worst end of the situation.
Because she's a woman, right?
Listen. Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you and Ms. Jovo, Ashley and Ms. Jovo, right? If you guys decided to rob a bank, there's only one mask. Ms. Jovo. It's Ms. Jovo's mask. Ashley doesn't have one.
So I have a greater risk. Okay.
What? Okay, hold on. Wait. Who does it make sense not to rob this damn bank? You shouldn't be robbing the bank anyway.
It's more stupid for me to rob the bank, but that's not the issue.
The issue is robbing the bank, period.
The issue is who is responsible. They're both responsible.
Exactly.
First of all, I thought
not to rob the bank. Both of them. And what the Black manosphere is saying is no, only Ashley should be taught not to rob the bank.
So hold on. So now women have the biggest risk now. I thought men had the biggest risk because for years I've heard that men complaining about how they have the biggest risk because they're getting taken out the home. They have to pay this child support. The government runs their home and they don't have no control over stuff. So I thought, ain't that a bigger risk?
Sir, listen. This is a small case, but I know this is an extreme case, but there have been cases where women die in the delivery room, sir.
Right. So let's just talk to the women. Men are responsible. We can go back to things how they were in the 1600s, 1800s, 1900s. Men stick
and pretend like it worked. Pretend like it's gonna prevent the problem.
Rape women. They can touch women inappropriately because she's dressed the wrong way. They can have as many babies as they want. Nick Cannon is great. Rihanna sucks. We'll go back to that.
Actually, you're missing the point. They won't be able to touch you if you don't make yourself. If you don't make yourself available.
So, Freezy, do you not understand that women are raped fully clothed? Do you not understand that women have been touched fully clothed, disrespected fully clothed?
That's not a norm, though. Actually,
it is a norm.
It's a norm. I grew up on the west side of Chicago. I used to hate having to walk down these streets.
But guess what, Freezy? They can't be touched if people keep their hands to themselves. If the person is not touching, then the other person won't be touched.
Exactly.
Like I have a book. Listen, I have a children's book. Hold on, pause. I have a children's book that I bought for my daughter that she's 4 years old, and it's for little boys and little girls. And it teaches about boundaries and touching and keeping your hands to yourself. What is the problem with teaching not only our daughters that, but our boys there as well? Boundaries, respecting other people's boundaries, and things like we're not teaching our boys that, period. Instead, we are encouraging our boys to behave that way. We're trying to tell our girls to protect themselves against the boys that we're encouraging to behave that way. That's what I'm saying makes no sense. We can't do that. You have to have a holistic approach to it. You can't just be like, well, you got to protect yourself, women, because we is wild animals. No, y'all not wild animals. Y'all just acting like.
Listen, Miss Cannon, Miss Hill, if you're telling me the way any person carries themselves cannot be a line of defense, we're not going to come to an agreement.
I never said that. Okay, Freezy, let me hold on, pause, Freezy. Let me ask you this question. No. Do you, Freezy, hold on. I got the perfect question for you, Freezy. So, do you have a problem with police brutality?
Of course.
Freezy? Okay, so you have a problem with police brutality. In the conversation about police brutality, I'm sure that you've heard white people come into the conversation and say if black people just dress a certain way and respect the police and talk this way and do this, then the police will not bother them.
They didn't look.
White people not say that. Do white people not say that to black people whenever we try to bring up the culture of policing that it needs to be addressed? They try to shut us up by telling us we just need to better protect ourselves because we're doing something that's causing this culture in policing. What we're saying is that there is a culture of not respecting women sexually that exists that's not being addressed. But what you don't want to talk about that. Instead, you want to act like the white people when they're trying to tell black people how to deal with police to not get police abused. That's exactly what you're doing.
There are classes being given every day on police brutality and on how to get yourself to have the best outcome in those situations. Okay, it's not going to be perfect, but you can conduct yourself. Keyword: conduct yourself in a certain manner to gain the best outcome in those type of situations.
Correct.
Tell the men that when it comes to sex.
But we're also addressing the culture in policing as well, correct? But are we not also addressing the culture of policing as well? Or are we just leaving that out the window and just saying forget it?
No. I'm not leaving that out, Miss Hill. You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is there's still a way to combat this with your behavior and the way you conduct yourself. Listen. All I'm saying is this, Miss Hill. You're saying that men need to keep their hands to themselves no matter what. I agree with you. But walk out of your house. No disrespect to Mr. Hill. This is just hypothetical. What? Matter of fact, I'm not gonna use you out of respect. I'm gonna use Ashley because she ain't married.
Oh, do you see that?
It
So
falls
hold
apart
on.
when
So
you
Ashley doesn't get the same
God.
level of respect because she doesn't have a man. Oh God, Freezy. Okay, listen. Before you even go into that,
Because
no,
You
because,
off the
no,
chain,
because,
bro.
because,
God
no,
dang.
sir, you already discredited. No, you have already ignored what Ashley told you. You probably gonna ignore what I have to tell you, but what I'm telling you because you're a man who has listen, you're a man who has experienced the world as a man, right? You have not experienced this world as a woman. I have experienced this world as a little girl and as a woman, and I am telling you that the way I dress and all that other stuff has not stopped me from being accosted or assaulted by men. It has never. I have literally I wear a whole full uniform at work that don't show no skin or nothing. It's just regular clothes. And I have literally had on my work uniform and have had men in the mall. I'm walking in the mall. I'm no, pause. I'm not in a club. I'm not nowhere. I'm walking in a mall. My clothes for my child, and I have had men feel entitled enough to grab my arm in the middle of the mall, consistently trying to talk to me. That is a culture.
And it's not abnormal.
What am I supposed to do to protect myself from that? I have on my work uniform. I'm on my break at work buying my daughter something in the mall. I can't go to the mall. I can't wear my work uniform. What are you telling me?
And I want to apologize on behalf of those ignorant ass men. But
What mall was you at?
Yes.
Lennox.
What
do you look like?
That's why I didn't use you, Miss Hill. You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is that that's all y'all do to just continue to absolve yourself from responsibility. Y'all just want to point out, oh, it's just those ignorant men. It's just no. It's a culture. It's enough of y'all that it's a problem, and it's enough of y'all not saying anything about it that continues to encourage it and allow it to be a problem. Because that dude who grabbed my arm and all that was with a whole nother group of dudes, and nobody said nothing. Nobody thinks there's anything wrong with it. That's the problem. Okay. That is the problem. It's not a one-off, Freezy. It's not a one-off.
Wait. I got it. Wait, listen. I got to go because I got to work out. I'm past my workout time. But listen, I want to say this. I want to leave y'all with what my granddaddy told me a long time ago. He said, if a man walk out his house butt naked down the street, down the block, and come back, the whole neighborhood will forget about it in a week. But if a woman walk out her house butt naked down the block to her house, it's going to remain on her reputation for the rest of her life. I'm gonna just leave y'all with that. It's a difference.
We know there's a difference because of people like you.
And the difference is the problem. And you encourage the difference.
Yeah.
So Freezy, I'm gonna leave you with this, Freezy. Freezy, I'm gonna leave you with this therapeutic nugget. I can't control what other people do, but I can control how I respond to it. Here's a nugget, Freezy. Instead of focusing on what the behavior of others is.
You just proved my point. What you just said. How you can't control what other people do, but you can control how you respond.
But
right. So with that being said, instead of talking about what women need to do differently, tell your brothers that you can't control what these women might do or what they might think or what they might say, but you can control how you respond to it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I've been trying to say. That's all the panel been trying to tell you.
Matter of fact, listen. Matter of fact, I want y'all to come back to want a show, and I'm gonna get on the men. I'm gonna get on the men and show y'all how G I can get.
We gonna see, because right now I don't believe it.
No, you making excuses for him now.
I don't believe it because you selecting specific portions of the Bible and you selecting specific things. I need you talking about all.
Freezy about to come up missing. Freezy, we don't want nothing to happen to you, man.
Listen. And you know, this is a great conversation. And in all fairness, you got Miss Hill. Miss Hill stresses this all the time, and she's absolutely right. The men are the leaders. It starts with us, okay? And I agree that the community, the Black community as a whole, will not correct itself until the leaders take responsibility. This is a sentiment I've never disagreed with, okay? I've never disagreed with that. And I'm going to take you guys' advice because maybe I do need to vocalize that more on the panels, okay? But I do this in real life. But on the panels, I probably do need to vocalize it more. Yes, listen, I understand what you guys are saying. I do. But it's just, I know I've had personal situations that have happened to females in my family, and maybe that's why I'm so protective. Okay, so, but I just want to leave.
We appreciate it, Freezy. Did he get cut off?
All right, Freezy. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Okay, all right.
Thank you so much. Much love. We'll be back on the show. All right. Bye-bye. Lord.
You know, it's rare that I get aggravated.
I was aggravated. I had to cut my camera off. I was like,
but you know, when you start quoting Bible verses, but you want to stay in one portion of the Bible, that really agitates me. That's a form of manipulation. That's what it is.
What I'm trying to say is the circular conversation is not going anywhere because it's manipulation. When he said women are not, nobody's supposed to fornicate, but virgins are more important when they're women. Who in the devil are men fornicating with if they're not fornicating? That's why I can't. Everybody got a free education.
That whole using the Bible to justify sexual irresponsibility is why we have Jim Jones and David Koresh and the rest of these people that existed.
Yeah.
So I don't joke around when it comes to that, because for every comment like that's a spark that David Koresh or somebody else got to start the cult that took people out or abused them and scarred them for life. So,
but Darwin said it well the last episode where he said women are. At least he was honest about it. Men ain't trying to change. Women are more pliable. We're used to fixing the women. Ain't nobody trying to train the men to do nothing but provide, and they hardly doing that. And protect. And in our communities, we are not protected. And this whole conversation just showed that. You know, when you can't get men to acknowledge that street harassment is real, that's not protection. That's not protection.
It's whenever it wasn't real, but he justified it. He said, "Why would you have respect?"
So, like, I know that maybe in some parts of the country this ain't happening, but where I grew up, you didn't walk out your house no matter how you were dressed without somebody yelling across the street,
chasing you down, following you home.
I've had men grab me too. I've had men, and you don't have to be dressed.
No, I used to have on my school uniform.
First of all, the whole argument falls apart once we look at the whole Islamic culture. Women are covered from here to here and still get assaulted.
They do.
It falls a whole part. Like,
but the thing is that his point that he was making, like, it was accurate. First of all, it is a new invention of humans, because women's bodies have not always been policed like this. That's the other thing. They don't even understand all history. But anyway, but the other part is that at the end of the day, when you are looking at the stuff that's happening in these other cultures and it's in these places, and you're using that as the standard to hold up like that what should be happening, that's why I posted in a group the other day about female genital mutilation, right? Yeah, that is a direct result of policing women's bodies, right?
Yep.
You trying to tell me that that's cool? No, that's not cool. Like what do you mean? When you talk about how, like Raven said, they still get assaulted in those countries, and women get blamed for their own assault. Yes. Women have been stoned to death, murdered, whatever, by their families in honor killings because they got assaulted when they didn't even do anything wrong. It's a mindset, it's a mentality. Yeah. Like, so I'm not gonna sit here and have a conversation with you, and you're gonna promote that as though that's something that, and you're not even going to address it to say anything like it's wrong. You're just going to keep engaging in it and keep perpetuating it.
Exactly.
Why are we gonna keep perpetuating? You won't even say it's a problem. You may not even understand that it's a problem, which is the problem.
He knows it's a problem. That's why he said, well, if they dress that way, they wouldn't want respect. Who in the devil are you to decide who deserves respect? You don't know who out here paying these OnlyFans. You respect all these men equally. You don't know how many strippers they done paid for their payment here. You don't ask them any of that, but you know, oh, you think she didn't have sex with too many people, now you can't respect her. All of this is pointless.
Yes.
Let me tell y'all something. That Bible works for certain men till it don't, and then they run for the hills.
Yeah,
and it's disgusting.
Like, outward respect is different from just like an internal respect. You ain't gotta think much of her. You ain't gotta think she's worth nothing. You ain't gotta want to marry her, take her out, talk to her, to go to dinner. You can think that she is the scum on the bottom of your shoe. But when you go and decide that you can touch a woman or say anything to a woman because of how she's dressed, that's where the problem comes in.
But it's the same thing how these white men were raised by their racist fathers and grandfathers, and they don't know they're racist because they don't think they're racist, but they behaviors are racist, and they don't even know it. And that's the same thing he's doing. Because he's not a disrespectful person, but because he was raised in his behavior and he's adapted to that. And that's just how he is, and he just doesn't know that it's disrespectful. Yeah, he means well. He just don't know. It's just like a white person. I'm not racist. I have black friends. Okay, but you think you can do certain things to them, and you think it's not a problem because
and see that's why
you was raised that way.
Because that whole statement about I protect women.
But then don't want to talk to that's what I was going to say. But then don't want to address the issues that are posing the threats to us.
That's what I say. Who you protect? The whores? You're not protecting the women that you think.
That's what I was about to say.
You don't like how they dress, so they don't deserve your respect. That's not protecting.
He wouldn't even give. He was gonna say whatever he felt like he was gonna ask me that he felt might have been disrespectful to you.
He was scared.
He had no problem asking Ashley because Ashley don't have a husband.
That's not protecting women.
So I only got my respect. No, really, I didn't even get my respect. You got the respect.
And I mean, I've seen the Hebrew Israelites on Candler Road holler at women because they skirt too short. So I'm trying to understand what is respect and community that you got, because I've seen in person you heathen Jezebel because she got on a short skirt, or her skirt is too short for your likings because short is subjective. But
I got my theory on that.
People.
Hey, I got a theory on that.
I knew a lot of Hebrew Israelites when I was younger.
Y'all gonna laugh at me when I say this. So I'm a fan of In the Heat of the Night, the TV show, because I had to grow up watching it, right?
Okay.
And there was an episode where there was this prostitution house set up next to this this church, right? And the pastor would shun these women. Jezebel right over there 100 feet away from us is hell, blah, 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 blah. But guess what happened later in the show, which ended up as to why he got murdered, and then that's the whole plot of the episode. He was the one going over there at night, peeking through the windows to see what was going on. I'm telling y'all, that's a whole front. I have to be out loud saying that I hate something, because deep down inside, and that depth part of me that I don't want to address, I really like that stuff, and my body and my mind shows pleasure towards it, but I gotta shun and yell at it so that nobody thinks that, you're sinning, you're doing this. I grew up in church long enough to know when I see something like that, and all the men who sat around, you women need to do this and that, and you need to wear this and that. Them the same ones who they got Sister Sally over there in the deaconess corner, and he up there sleeping with Sister Smith, who's sitting on the second bench. But I don't want to get too deep. I really might start offending people then, because if you really want to talk about adultery, get deep inside of a church.
Thank you, because I was going to bring up the pastor that got called bulldogs.
I'm just saying, exactly. So it's just like, okay, if you lusting in the mind, if you lusting in the flesh and the mind, just say that. But don't say that. Don't cover it up by telling me you need to have something on your arms. Why are you looking at my arms in the first place, man of God?
He caused him to
I'm just
stumble.
saying, like seriously,
But
because
understand,
because how I grew up, the women address the women in the church about what they have on and what they're wearing or whatever. I wish a man in the church would roll up on me and tell me my skirt was too short. You might have seen another part of my grandma, because my grandma was very specific about that. She did not let men approach her. She said, if a man approaching you about something that you wearing, run. He ain't got nothing good to tell you about that. Even my granddad never confronted me about what I had on. My grandmother did that. So this whole,
and I
he
think
started to agitate me with that, because people use religion to manipulate women and kids to get them to break them down, and then they end up doing something that they're not supposed to be doing. I.e. the Catholic Church, i.e.
marriage.
Yep, all of that. You know.
Yeah.
And the Church of Scientology
bypass the scriptures where God is like, no,
exactly.
a man should honor his wife. A man, there are punishments for men who fornicated, like, or
exactly,
who lusted after women, so they just skip those scriptures.
They skip all the ones that talk about loving people. Like, that's like me saying, oh, I can't hang out with Darwin and Cannon because they don't go to church. God ain't told me nothing to do no such a thing. He ain't never said that. But you let who just spoke with us tell it. Oh, you're not supposed to be hanging out with
went to the Bible when it's time to defend men.
Thank you.
That's supposed to be the law.
Listen.
You saw how quiet he got when you said the Bible say respect everybody. Well, wait a minute now, because you're not hearing me. No, listen.
That's
now.
that modern Christian. That's that modern Christianity. That's love thy neighbor. That's what that is.
And that doesn't mean that God condones, and that doesn't mean that God condones all these behaviors. Think about the woman at the well. The Samaritan. Think about the woman who had 5 husbands. She's like, God showed love. Think about Rahab.
Think about the portions. Think about the Book of Mormon, and then think about the portions of the Bible where Jesus was actually ministering on the street. Jesus didn't go into no temples to minister. He ministered to the people of the street.
Yeah. And so it's not about saying, oh, these behaviors are okay.
Exactly.
If you're going to stand on God's word, then you got to stand on it, the whole thing, not just the part that tell the women what to do, the part that tell the men what to do.
He brought it up. This wasn't even Bible study. I'm a man of God, and let me tell you, like, well, stay in the Bible then. Ugh. I couldn't take it, y'all.
Yeah. But the people that love God, let me tell you something, Raven. The people who love God, they rarely lead with "I'm a woman of God" or "I'm a man of God."
No,
because guess what? You're gonna know that about me when I'm around you and how I treat you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've met a lot of Christians. Lord,
y'all can tell I'm aggravated. I just you counsel enough people who have been permanently scarred by not spirituality but religion, and then you just like it just. My spidey senses up my neck were tingling as he was talking, because it was just like you manipulating people to either win a talking point or to continue something that just I just
I like Freezy, but he has some stats for that ass. Then where's he getting them stats from?
He got from blackdemographics.com.
I want to know. That must have been KevinSamuels.com.
Blackdemographics.com.
That must have been KevinSamuels.com. He just make a he can help me prove my point, right? But anyway, y'all, that was good stuff.
Yes.
I had fun tonight. We stayed on so long. Thank you for everybody who stayed with us. Thank you for everybody who commented. Make sure that you share this video. Share on Facebook, share on Instagram, send it through some text messages to some friends. Let them know that right here in the ladies' room, we talk about it all every Tuesday night at 7:15 Central. All right. And then round of applause for our first late night in the ladies' room. That's what we're gonna call it. Late night in the ladies' room. All right, y'all. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. See y'all later.